we get to read the Shema today, which is a really good reading. We have lots to cover. It's a long reading. Destin, could you lead us off in a word of prayer, please?
Yeah, sure. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread and forgive us our trespasses, Father, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Deliver us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever and ever, Father. Amen.
Amen. Now's the time. If you have a shofar and you want to grab it, we are going to sing the Shema, recite the Shema with Joshua Aaron. Here we go.
Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad Baruch Shem Kivod Malchuto Leolam Vaed.
All right. So just follow along with me as we recite the rest. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, Yahovah is one. Praise be the name of his glorious sovereignty forever and ever. And you shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, with all your might. And these words which I command you this day shall be upon your heart. And you shall teach them thoroughly to your children, and you shall speak of them when you sit in your house, when you walk on the road, when you lie down, and when you rise. You shall bind them for a sign upon your hand, and they shall be for a reminder between your eyes. You shall write them on the doorpost of your house and upon your gates. And I changed up this slide today because it's kind of tying in about what our Torah portion is, that we've all heard of the 5 love languages in your relationship: words of affirmation, acts of service, physical touch, quality time, and receiving gifts. And God has a love language. And I was inspired by Eric a few years ago to make this slide. I call it the circle of trust, and it's, or the circle of relationship, that God's language, love language to us is correction, Proverbs 3:11-12, and our love language to him is keeping his instructions or his Torah. See John 14:5. Both require humbleness on our part. And if you're new to our reading group or new to the recording and want to know what we're all about, we just simply want to have a conversation today. We're just regular folks who found ourselves on this glorious path we call Torah Observant. We were once run-of-the-mill Christians, more or less, but something changed, and now we do things very differently than we did before. We've realized that church is not a building, and the law of God still applies to our lives today as in the day it was spoken. We're an assembly of believers coming together in the name of Yahovah, closely examining the scriptures through unbiased eyes. The Bible says where 2 or 3 witnesses are gathered, there he is also. We study the language, history, culture of the Bible. We put ourselves into the scriptures as if it was actually written to us. We understand what it means to Shema, which is Hebrew for hear and do the word. We seek to follow the example of our Messiah and Savior Yeshua as he followed the doctrine of his Father. We want understanding of the differences between clean and unclean, as written by the prophets Moses, Ezekiel, and the Apostle Paul. We believe the whole word of God is the truth, and this includes celebrating Jehovah's 7 biblical yearly Sabbaths or feasts in the way he has instructed us. We acknowledge the monthly Sabbath on the new moon, and today we have finally remembered the weekly Sabbath to rest, study, keep it set apart, or holy with all of our might. We do not claim to have all the answers here, but we do know that they're found in the Word. Our goal is to seek out those truths together. 2 Timothy 2:15 says, earnestly study to show yourself approved to God, a workman unashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth. Speaking of the truth, if you hear us refer to the Blue Bible today, it's just simply a version of the Bible we like to read from. We like it because it has the Hebrew on the right and the English on the left, so we can go directly to the Hebrew and the Strong's Concordance number if we want to break down a word or look for another meaning. Or a deeper meaning. And but we don't care what version of the Bible you read from today. It's all good. It's English. And so English has its flaws. But speaking of Hebrew, this is our Hebrew chart. Hebrew reads from right to left, starting with the Aleph, ending with the Tav. And as a group, we've decided to break down a Hebrew letter each week until we get to Tav, until we get to the last. So today we are doing the 15th letter, the Samech, which has a numerical value of 60, and it looks like a circle, and this is just a different font, but here it is, a staff to lean on, the Samech. So we're going to be covering that this morning and then get into our Torah portion. If you are new on joining us, or you want to invite new people to join, just note the camera button and the mute button at the bottom of your screen there. Just we ask that you keep yourself on mute while someone is talking, just to cut down on background noise. We like cameras, but cameras are optional. They do help us when you have a question. We'd like to hear from you today, and it just helps get my attention so I can pass you the ball. You're more than welcome to invite new people to join, pass them along the link. Just teach them about Zoom and the mute button and kind of how we operate. And then if you feel free to use the chat for reactions and comments as well. The goal today is for everyone to understand the story. Even if you can't derive a spiritual application right away, just learn the story first and the application will come. Okay, today is August 9th, 2025 in our worldly calendar. It's the 15th day of the 5th month. And I just thought that was kind of ironic because we are in the 15th letter, and I'm going to show you something that's kind of cool with the 15th. So remember that today is the 15th day of the 5th month, but some of us practice or operate on the Zadic calendar. So I don't mean no offense. We're all just on this walk learning, but I do want to show you something cool on this calendar. So just a couple of reminders. We have women's study. We have another 4 more sessions left, and then we'll decide kind of what we're doing. But if you want to join our women's study, it's Wednesday, 5:30 Mountain Standard Time. And then hopefully if we have time at the end, I don't want to address this before, but you, Annie, and I were chatting just before we started the recording here. We want to address a comment that you, Annie, and I had a debate on last week on Deuteronomy 22. So that's, hopefully we'll get to that today, but it's a long reading. So if not, that's totally fine. And then I want to play a short little YouTube clip with the intro to Deuteronomy. I didn't play it last week on purpose because this clip kind of deals with what we're reading today with the Shema. So I want to play just a short 2-minute clip before we get into our Torah portion. And then I want to talk just very briefly. I touched on it briefly, but I want to pull this up. We had the 9th of Av, and now we're on the 15th of Av. And so these next 7 Sabbaths in Jewish culture are the Sabbaths of comfort. And so you can notice that this first consolation here of the Vaetchanan is the Torah portion we're going to read today. And then the Haftorah that goes with that is Isaiah 40. This is after the 9th of Av, after all the curses that have happened on the 9th of Av. These next 7 Sabbaths are Yahovah's Sabbaths of comfort. And you're going to see that over the next 7 Sabbaths. And then I got this from a friend of mine who translated, like, Vaetchanan is I pleaded or pray for mercy. So if you translate each of the names of the Torah portions over the next 7 Sabbaths, they can form a sentence. Like Ikev is because, Rehe is when you see, Shoftim is judges. So if you, and etc. So I put the sentence down here, pray for mercy, because when you see the judges, when they go out and when they come in, you should be standing. That's really interesting. And so you can think about maybe some derive of what that means. So, but back to, let's go over our letter Samech today, our 15th letter, and then we're going to get into our Torah portion. Everybody ready? Any questions before we begin? Okay, so this is the 15th letter, Samech. It looks like a circle. The modern day font for Samech is a circle. What it means is I've got a crutch up here, and I've also got some scaffolding. If you look at what, some scaffolding or arch or like a bridge of support, It's a staff to lean on. It represents loyalty, dependability. I like this analogy of a crutch because if you broke your leg, you are leaning on that crutch for a bit of support. You are needing a bit of support. And that's the essence of this Hebrew letter Samech. It also has a numerical value of 60, and the modern way to write it is like a circle. So can you guys think of some objects that are circles? Typically, the objects that are circles, if you think of some, are dependable, are reliable. Let me give you some examples. Time, like a clock, is in the shape of a circle. And we know that that is dependable, right? On time. A crown representing a king. A king, if he makes a law, can't change his mind. It's something you want to rely on, depend on. What about wedding rings? Wedding rings are round. And the moon is round, right? And so there is some symbolism here with the Samech, why the modern Samech is a circle. And you can write it in a circle if you're really quick. What about this? You think this woman feels supported? A hug. You're encircling. When you hug somebody, you're making a circle, right? And so that's a hug of support. And that is the essence of this letter. And you'll see that some of the fonts for a Samech, like what's written in blue here, is not really a perfect circle. It doesn't have to be a perfect circle, but it's just simply a font. But the essence is kind of that circle. You can just see here where we are in our alphabet. It's the 15th letter, but it also has a numerical value of 60. So what's really interesting, if you follow the Hillel 2 calendar, the Jewish calendar, or God's calendar, the 15th of every month is a full moon. Well, that's really interesting, right? Because the 15th, if being a full moon, the full moon is a circle. So that's just what I wanted to point out there. Maybe it's a coincidence that it's the 15th letter, maybe not, but that's just a point of consideration. Just like a wedding ring, a full circle represents forever. Okay, so just some imagery there for you. At a Jewish wedding, the wife encircles her husband 7 times. And we already talked about that when we talked about Zion. Zion is 7, it's a sword. We already talked about the spiritual protection of a woman. So you have that. But the verse I want to focus on is the circle. She circles her husband. Jeremiah 31 verse 22 says, "How long will you waver, O faithless daughter? For Yahovah has created a new thing in the land. A woman encircles or encloses a man." So there you see it. She's encircling a man. You, Annie.
Yeah, not every native tribe, but in a lot of native tribes, the woman circles the man, and then there is a tie put around both their wrists, and then a buffalo robe. He takes her under the robe. So that there's similarity there.
You're saying there's some similar customs there, like in the native tribes?
Yeah, in fact, there was a book written in the 1700s where a Jewish man was blown away. He traveled through the different tribes, and he was saying they have to be Israel because they're celebrating all our Jewish traditions and holidays. We call them by different names, but yeah, that not every tribe does that, but a majority of tribes do that. Yes.
That's good. I believe that it comes from the history. The historical place of where that's come from must have come from this. Yeah, I like that. So this woman has chosen this man for her support, and she's demonstrating her support to him, her spiritual support for him. And so there you have it. You have the Samech, a staff to lean on, loyalty, dependability, to prop up or to support, whether it be spiritual support, financial support, physical support, emotional support. That's the essence of this Hebrew letter Samech. Now, in the ancient font, Moses would have written the Samech this way. And you can see it down here. This is kind of like a propped up scaffolding of support along this tree. So it still means to prop up or to support. It's still, the meaning is the same. They just wrote it in a picture language. Look at Ecclesiastes 4:9-10. It says, two are better than one. If the other falls, the other will prop him up, right? That's proving what I'm saying here. God provides support to those that lean on him. And so here's just some funnies. That's a marriage picture when you look at Ecclesiastes, right? Is like what a husband and wife do in a marriage relationship. So, okay, so 2 weeks ago, we read about the 13th, we discussed the 13th letter mem, which is up here at the top. Last week, we talked about the nun, which is new life. That's the 14th letter here. Today, we're talking about the samech, the 15th letter, which is support. And next week, we're going to do the Zion, which is the 16th letter, which is see with eyes. If you take the middle two letters here up on the screen, in order in the Hebrew alphabet here, you get the Hebrew word nes. That's nun samech. Nes in Hebrew is miracle. And we know that the nun is life and the samech is support. So I would say, yeah, you need a miracle if you are on life support. And this is what you can do with Hebrew. It's got meaning beyond meaning. It's the depth of the Hebrew language. So everybody see that, what I'm showing you? Life support is nes, and it's miracle. You say miracle in Hebrew, you say nes. Can't make this up. So cool. And if you spell the word samech in Hebrew, which is across the top here, samech, mem, kaf, sofit, that's how you spell samech in Hebrew. And Hebrew has acronyms. So down the left-hand side here of your screen, I wrote there's samech, and the samech is an acronym for selek, which means to forgive. The mem is to pardon, mikal, and the kaf is kaper, to tone. So isn't that what God, Yahovah, does? He forgives us, he pardons us, and he atones for us. So it's like God saying, I'm here to support you. I'm your medicine, right? To lean on him for support. I'm going to forgive you, pardon you, atone for you. Well, what's really cool in the Hebrew word samech, if you take the first two letters there of samech, it's medicine. I'm your medicine. So it's a really good essence of what this is about. So I didn't find too many instances. There are a lot of 60s in the Bible, but the two that were really interesting to me is what I'm going to focus on today. For like samech has a value of 60. So it's really interesting that Isaac was 60 years old when he begat Jacob. And we know that Jacob birthed the 12 tribes, right? So to me, this support is a theme in there. And you can see that in Genesis 25:26, that Isaac was 60. But the other one that I thought was really interesting was in Song of Songs 3. King Solomon had 60 warriors surrounding his carriage. These 60 men were called the mighty men of Israel. They all held a sword. They were all instructed in war, and each man had a sword on his thigh. And it says in Songs of Songs, from the dead of the night. These are his bodyguards. And wouldn't you say that that it's interesting that Solomon chose 60 people, 60 men, warriors, to be his bodyguards. This symbolizes strength, protection, support. That's Solomon's support, was these 60 valiant men. I thought that was fascinating. And don't forget, Solomon was the wisest king, so he knew what he's doing. When a priest would pass the sins onto the lamb or the goat, before he did that, he had to lean on the lamb, and the lamb was the support. So that's really interesting. The Lamb of God is our support. That's a kind of an imagery there. So you get that. When the priests would bless the people, they would put their arms out like that, and they make this sort of like, it's kind of like Spock. If you've ever seen Star Trek, that's where that comes from, by the way, because the makers was Jewish. They kind of make this symbol with their hands. And the deeper meaning of what that is they're making the letter shin, and we'll get to that in another teaching of what the shin is, but the shin is like fangs of your teeth, a consuming fire, a fire. And they lifted both of their hands to make this letter shin to bless the people. And what they would recite when they did that was the priestly blessing. And we say it at the end of every single reading that we have here, right? May Yahovah bless and keep you. May he make his face shine upon you, lift up his face to you, and give you peace. Okay, look at your hand. In your hand, you have 3 bones in your arm, 27 bones in your hand. On one hand, that's 30. But you got to double it, because when they use both of their hands, you got 30 bones on this side, 30 bones on this side. Well, guess what? You've got 60, and 60 represents a samach, and samach is the letter of support. So when the priests are raising both of their hands like that, another meaning is that they're supporting you, they're blessing you, they're pardoning you. And isn't that cool that it makes a samach, the numerical value of 60? Ioanni.
When you make the sign that Spock made, I've never seen it in the picture you've done where both are put together, but they raise their hands up. Your thumb becomes Yod, the 2 fingers together, Hey, the V, Vav, Hey. That's the sign of Yahovah also. And by putting that, you're
Very
putting
cool.
the blessing of Yahovah over the people that is put on. Anyway, small piece of trivia.
Amen. Yeah, the priests are just a vessel, right? But it is
Correct.
Yahovah. Yeah, exactly. I like that. This is my favorite part. Okay. When they're saying the blessing, and I know Eric talked about, they omit that last line, and I agree with him, and I'm glad we do say that last line, which is right here. So my name will be put on the sons of Israel. But you want to know a theory of why I think they stop there and they don't add that? Is that when you look at the priestly blessing, it's written up here in Hebrew. If you look at the first line, there are 3 separate words, okay? So, V'rikaka, Yahovah, V'rishmereka. 3 words right there. The next line, there are 5 words. The next line, there are 7 words. And Alex, you'll appreciate this being a numbers guy. Do you see the pattern here? 3, 5, 7, right? There's a pattern there. But if you count the letters, so go down here to the red, there are 15 letters in the first line, 20 letters in the second line, 25 letters in the last line. And there's a pattern there, wouldn't you say? 15, 20, 25, right? Alex, you're on mute.
And also that adds up to 60.
And he knows where I'm going with that. And so 3 plus 5 plus 7 is 15. 15 plus 20 plus 25 is 60. And that, both way you look at it, the 15th letter or the numerical value of 60 represents a samach. And so with this priestly blessing, this is Yahovah supporting us. May Yahovah bless and keep you. May he make his face shine upon you, and may he lift up his countenance on you and give you peace. Shalom. That's what that is. That's his blessing of support. So how many of you here would love to be on the edge of a beach on a tsunami? Yeah, scary, right? But flip it. Instead of it being a negative, how many of you would love to receive the tsunami of blessings from Yahovah? Yes, please. Yes, please. Exactly. So that's what this is. The Lord bless and keep you. That's the first wave. And it gets substantially greater. The Lord make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. That's the second wave of blessing. And the third wave of blessing is the Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. Deuteronomy 28:2 says that all the blessings will overtake you if you hearken to his voice. And so that's what he wants to plummet you with blessings. So I like to point out the anomalies or the big letters or the small letters in the Hebrew language. Ecclesiastes 12, verse 13 has an enormous samach at the beginning. If you have a Hebrew Bible, you can see it. It's in your blue Bible. And right here in red is this huge samach and this huge support. So let's read the verse, what it says. It says, let us hear the conclusion or the end of the whole matter. Fear God, keep his commandments, for this is for every man. What I have colored up here is conclusion or end, and it's a massive, that's that word right here. It's a massive samach. So God wants to support his people, and he pulls support from those not leaning on him or keeping his commandments. It's basically saying at the end, the support's going to be pulled out from the wicked, and the support is going to stay for the righteous. That's what that tells me. Alex, you got a comment?
Yes, just interesting in that verse you've just read, when it says this is for everyone. It doesn't say this is for the Jews. It says this is for everyone. It just sort of shone out like a bright light to me.
Everyone who keeps the commandments. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the key point. Yeah. Anyone who makes that choice. Yeah, cool. Okay, here's the cool thing you can do with Hebrew. So a grandfather in Hebrew is spelt a samach bait, which is pronounced sav. Okay, and so you have it in the ancient Hebrew here, and you have it in the modern Hebrew here. So we know samach is support, and we know a bait is a house. So doesn't a grandfather support the house? Isn't that the role of a grandfather, to support the house? Let's do another one. Moody, right? Or emotions. So there's a samach. It's pronounced sar in Hebrew for moody or emotions. There's a samach and a resh. A resh is head or beginning head of, and a samach is support. So what supports the emotions or our head is moody or emotions. It's so cool. And book, this one is a good one. Book, pronounced in Hebrew, is sefer. It's spelt samach pei resh. So you've got a samach, which is support. Alex, what's the pei? I know I'm picking on you because I know you have a Hebrew chart. What is a pei in Hebrew? You got to take yourself off mute.
Yes, familiarize myself with a mute button. Proclaim with mouth.
Proclaim with mouth. Yep, perfect. And then what's a resh? We talked about it. It's an up here, but a resh is what?
Resh. What's a resh? Beginning head of.
Beginning head of. So you have supporting the mouth at the beginning head of. It's a person, right? You could say it's a person. So what supports the mouth of a person? A book. If you write a book, Alex, you've written a book, and those are your words on the page. Isn't that supporting the words of the person is written in a book? Yeah, you can't make this up. Love it. And so every Hebrew letter is written out in Psalms 119. And so for the letter samach, it's verses 113 to 120. So let's read, and I highlighted some big, the beginning of every verse starts with the samach. But in English, they're going to be in the middle of the words sometimes just because it won't read right. But verses 116 and 117, notice those key highlighted red words are samach words. So let's read. I hate double-minded people, but I love your law, your Torah. You are my refuge and my shield. I have put my hope in your word. Away from me, you evildoers, that I may keep the commandments of my God. Support me, my God, according to your promise, and I will live. Do not let my hopes be dashed. Hold me up, and I will be delivered. I will always have regard for your decrees. You reject all who stray from your decrees, for their delusions come to nothing. All the wicked of the earth you discard like dross. Therefore, I love your statutes. My flesh trembles in fear of you. I stand in awe of your laws. So that's pretty cool. Okay, that's it. That's all I have for samach. Any questions with that? Good? All right. Before we start Vaetchanan, turn in your Bibles to Deuteronomy 3. That's where we're going to be picking up in verse 23 today. I have a short little video to introduce Deuteronomy and talk about the Shema, because we're going to read that today. So here we go. Just a few minutes. It's 6 minutes long, but I'm only playing like 2 minutes of it.
Epic conclusion to the Torah, and spoiler alert, Moses is going to die. Now, in order to understand this book, we need to remember the story so far.
So Israel
Oh,
has escaped from slavery in Egypt. Then they spend 1 year at Mount Sinai.
This is where they made the covenant with God to obey all of these laws.
Then they wander around the desert for 40 years before they make it to the Jordan River, which is right across from the land God promised them. They're ready to go in. This is where the book of Deuteronomy begins.
And what this book is really is a speech. Moses gives these final words. It's like a pep talk to the new generation of Israel that's about to go into the land. And the speech, it's broken up into 3 large sections.
So Moses begins the first part of the speech with a somber tone because he's highlighting Israel's rebellion and resistance, which has been going on for the last 40 years.
And that sets up the rest of this opening section, which is Moses' challenge to this new generation to be different from their parents and to respond to God's grace with love and obedience. So he reminds them of the 10 Commandments, like the basics of the covenant, and then he gives them this very famous line.
Listen, O Israel, the Lord is our God, the Lord alone. Love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your strength.
Now, in Jewish tradition, this is called the Shema, because the first Hebrew word in this line is Shema Yisrael. And this became a very important prayer in Judaism, said twice a day. And it emphasizes the Israelites' exclusive commitment to their God, the one true God who loved them and who rescued them from slavery.
Right, because they're about to go into a land where people are worshiping many other gods.
And Moses thinks that loyalty to the Lord their God is the only way to life. Now, notice these key words in the Shema: listen and love. You're going to find these words all over this opening section of the speech. The word listen in Hebrew means more than just let sound waves come into your ears. It includes the idea of responding to what you hear. So for Israel, this means responding to God's grace by obeying the laws of the covenant.
And then listen is always followed by love.
Yeah, so love is the true motivation for obeying the laws. Israel won't obey without love, and they don't truly love if they don't obey. So there's this tight connection between loving and listening that runs through the entire book. And so Moses tells them that if they do listen and love, they will fulfill their original calling as the family of Abraham, to show all of the nations the wisdom and justice of God, and so become a blessing to them.
The second big section in Deuteronomy is a large
That's all
block.
I wanted to show of that. So just because we are going to be reading about, we are going to read the Shema today, which is pretty exciting. This is where we get that from. It's something we sing at the beginning of each of the readings, and there's some really important themes that little summary just helps us with as we set our minds to read. So who would like to start us off in Deuteronomy 3:23? I need a volunteer. So while you guys are thinking about that, so I want to talk about what Vaetchanan means. It means, and I pleaded. It's written up here in the Hebrew. The root word of it is kanan, and that means implore with compassion, favor, make supplication, ask for mercy for the wicked. Lance.
I'm volunteering to read for one of them. You can decide. And then I wanted to point out that with that video, which is an awesome video, right? I like them. But it read, the Lord is alone. And it's not alone. It's one. So as the video is playing, all 3 of us, right? It won't show her.
Oh, yeah, it will.
Sandy's
I'll
here.
do it.
Oh,
Good morning. Hi.
yeah.
Hi,
So all
Sandy.
3 of us were like talking about it, and the NLT says alone, and I'm like, okay. So I'm doing, like, as that's going on, I'm like diving into what one means and how Yahovah called down fire from Yahovah out of the heavens, and how it's this many's. So it was I just brought that up. So, but I'm volunteering
Well,
for
that's
one.
a fun one
Yeah. So
because the Lord is Ihad. Yeah.
1, 2.
Yeah, that's good. And so, okay, so Lance, do you want to read the first? Do you want to read chapter 3? Actually, 3 is pretty short. Why don't I take 3 and then you read 4?
Yeah.
Sure.
Because it's just a few verses. I have a few, because we're starting right in verse 23 and then we're going all the way to 7:11 today, you guys. So lots to cover. Oh yeah,
We're
maybe I
not
should
supposed
point
to
this out.
buy.
There's 3 Hebrew words for pleaded for mercy or asked for mercy. And so what's really interesting that was pointed out to me is that, so you've got the first one here, between good and evil people, you can plead; to the wicked, you can plead; and of the mother's womb, or to someone close to you, you can plead. The one that we're talking about here is the middle one, to the wicked. And I think that's really interesting because it's Moses pleading and begging mercy, and God says no. And he's asking, can I please go into the land? And God says no. But he understands. You can go to Mount Nebo, you can have a look at the land, but I'm not going to allow you to cross over. And so we know the baton, Moses was instructed to pass the baton to Joshua, but he wasn't allowed to cross over. And so that's because I'm wondering about Moses pleading here. He prayed to Yahovah for favor at that time, saying, Lord Jehovah, you have begun to show your servant your greatness and your mighty hand. For who is a God in the heavens or in the earth can do anything your works according to your might? So I pray to you, let me pass over, see the good land which is beyond the Jordan, this good hill country and Lebanon. But Jehovah was angry with me on your account and would not shema, or listen to me. So that's really interesting. And where you get the name of the Torah portion is I implore you, or I prayed, it says in English, but it's actually Vaetchanan, or pleaded. So but there it is right there. I pleaded to Yahovah right there. And that's the part I just read. Oh, before I read, the other thing to note, this is really cool. In this Torah portion, we have what I could like to call bookends. And so in chapter 3, he's reminding Israel, you're going to inherit. Just like in chapter 7, how it ends, he's going to remind Israel, you will inherit, but do not intermarry. In chapter 4, we're going to talk about the Shema, and especially you'll see that in verse 1 and 6. And in verse 6, we're going to read the Shema. And then in 5, so it's like bookends, we're going to review the 10 commandments. And that's very much a Hebrew thing, is to have the ends, the second from the end, point to the middle. And you'll see that all throughout Hebrew scripture. So anyways, that's all I wanted to say. Let's read. Okay, here we go. And I prayed to Yahovah for favor at that time, saying, Lord Jehovah, you have begun to show your servant your greatness and your mighty hand. For who is a God in the heavens or in the earth who can do according to your works and according to your might? I pray to you, let me pass over and see the good land which is beyond the Jordan, this good hill country and Lebanon. But Yahovah was angry with me on your account and would not shema, or listen to me. And Yahovah said to me, let it be much for you. Do not speak any more to me about this thing. In other words, don't keep asking me. My mind's made up. Go up to the top of Pisgah and lift up your eyes westward and northward and southward and eastward, and see with your eyes, for you shall not cross over this Jordan. And command Joshua and make him strong and make him brave, for he shall cross over before this people, and he shall cause them to inherit the land which you shall see. So we stayed in the valley across from Beth Peor. So there you go. Moses, why can't Moses cross in? You guys remember from last week?
Because he struck the rock rather than spoke to it.
Yeah. Perfect.
Well, I take it a spot deeper. He didn't truly repent of that. You know, it's interesting when he told the people, because of you, I'm not entering. No, he's the one that made the choice. He didn't take full responsibility for making a choice because of his fear. Struck the rock and clearing, but because of you. Well, it wasn't him, it was his fear of failure for them, but he didn't own it. And so when you don't own something, that means you really haven't repented. And God is a God of really chastening nuance. And so God accepted Moshe, but he didn't own it, and therefore he had to be chastened still. And that's what I get out of it.
That's a really good point, Annie. There was no repentance. That's really good. That's a great point, Lance.
I was gonna point out before we move past it that like everyone that studies the Bible kind of agrees, like, oh yeah, Moses messed up, he struck the rock instead of spoke to it, and God's like, nah, homie, you in trouble now, and you're not getting into the promised land. But some people, our friends, there are some people that have the perspective that it's not a punishment, it's a blessing. It's the whole time Moses was like begging to get out of this, and then God's the gracious God and is like, all right, you're getting tired, you're getting older, you're cool, you can rest, and it's a blessing. So reading the Torah portion last night with this, it was like this seems to fly straight against that, because it's like, hey, please let me see the promised land. Oh, someone's in here. Anyway, but we're reading this last night in the Torah portion, reading the Torah portion last night, and I still think that I like the perspective that God is granting his request of letting this be over, and death being the reward, and not, him passing out to Joshua is the reward, not the punishment. So because Abraham's like, I'm so sorry, because Moses is like, I think what this is I think this is like when you're graduating from school and it's the last week and you suddenly forget that it sucked the entire time, and you're like, all these people that were mean to me and all these teachers that sucked all year, it's like, you know what, it wasn't that bad. And God's like, nah, homie, whatever. And then to kind of build on that, in verse 28, Moses is mentoring Joshua. So if Moses really was bad and you're not allowed to get into the promised land because you're corrupted and you're not, you're like, because everyone that chose to not go into the promised land, what did God do? They died. All of them died. So, and actually that's another point to bring up, is when Moses is talking to all these people, there's only 3 people that were there. It was Moses, it was Caleb, and it was Joshua. Everyone else wasn't there. They all died. These are all new people. So Moses, if he was so bad, he wouldn't be mentoring Joshua in verse 28. I mean, there's no one's going to debate and say that Joshua wasn't directly discipled by Moses. So I still like the view that God was being gracious to him and letting him. It was a good thing, not a punishment. But this does seem to fly against that, but I still like that. That's what I wanted to bring up.
No, I like that, Lance. And I think Moses was tired. Not so much that he was tired, but he had a lot of responsibility. He had a lot of responsibility to bring them that far. And it's kind of like, pass the baton. Pass the baton to Joshua now. Moses, you're going to come into my rest, sort of thing. And I like your point of he couldn't have been all that bad, because otherwise he wouldn't have been mentoring Joshua. So that's I heed that point for sure. Anybody else have any comments on the intro before Lance reads chapter 4? You're going to see a lot of... go ahead.
One comment is he wasn't bad. Otherwise, Michael wouldn't have contended with Hasatan over his body. The thing is, God loved him, but God does have rules that cannot be set aside. And God did allow him to see all of it from Pisgah, envision the whole land. It's just he was not allowed to enter. And he was still a great man. And I agree with you. He was weary. of all the people, of all the demands of everything. He was always asking God, please, I don't want to do this. So yeah, it's not a negative I see for Moses, but God to fulfill his word, because if you don't obey him with your whole soul, you kind of cut yourself out to a degree. And so he was not denied heaven, but he was denied entrance into the promised land, is how I see it.
Yeah. Yeah, he it's almost like Yahovah knows, I know what's best for you, Moses. You're done with this part. You got to pass the baton at some point. You got to retire at some point. Welcome, Kosher Dad. Hi, Eric.
Good to be here from Texas.
So you made the move.
No, phases.
Okay.
Successfully dropped off 5,000 pounds of food today. Good
Wow.
times.
Well, welcome. Thanks for joining us. Lance, you want to pick up in chapter 4 for us?
Yes, of course. All right, 4. And now, O Israel, listen to the laws and the right rulings which I am teaching you to do, so that you live, and you shall go in and possess the land which Yahuwah Elohim of your fathers is giving you. Do not add to the word which I command you, and do not take away from it, so as to guard the commands of Yahuwah your Elohim, which I am commanding you. Your eyes have seen what Yahuwah did at Baal Peor, for Yahuwah your Elohim has destroyed from your midst all the men who followed Baal Peor. But you who are clinging to Yahuwah your Elohim are alive today, every one of you. See, I have taught you laws and right rulings, as Yahuwah my Elohim commanded me to do thus in the land which you go to possess. And you shall guard and do them. For this is your wisdom and your understanding before the eyes of the peoples who hear all these laws, and they shall say, only a wise and understanding people is this great nation. For what great nation is there which has Elohim so near to it, as Yahuwah our Elohim is to us whenever we call on him? And what great nation is there that has such laws and righteous right rulings like all this Torah which I set before you this day? Only guard yourself and guard your life diligently, lest you forget the words your eyes have seen, and lest they turn aside from your heart all the days of your life. And you shall make them known to your children and your grandchildren. The day when you stood before Yahuwah your Elohim in Horeb, Yahuwah said to me, assemble the people to me, and I make them hear my words, so that they learn to fear me all the days they live on the earth, and teach them to their children. When you came near and stood at the foot of the mountain, and the mountain burned with fire to the heart of the heavens, darkness, cloud, and thick darkness, and Yahuwah spoke to you out of the midst of the fire, you heard a voice of words, but saw no form. You only heard a voice. And he made known to you his covenant which he commanded you to do, the 10 words, and he wrote them on 2 tablets of stone. And Yahuwah commanded me at that time to teach you the laws and right rulings, for you to do them in the land which you pass over to possess. Therefore diligently guard yourselves, for you saw no form when Yahuwah spoke to you at Horeb out of the midst of the fire, lest you should do corruptly, and shall make for yourselves a carved image in the form of any figure, the likeness of male or female, the likeness of any beast that is on the earth, or the likeness of any winged bird that flies in the heavens, the likeness of any creature that creeps on the ground, or the likeness of any fish that is in the water under the earth. And lest you lift up your eyes to the heavens, and shall see the sun and the moon and the stars, all the host of the heavens, and you be drawn away into bowing down to them and serving them, which Yahuwah your Elohim has allotted to all the peoples under all the heavens. But Yahuwah has taken you and brought you out of the iron furnace, out of Mitzrayim, to be his people, an inheritance, as it is today. And Yahuwah was enraged with me because of your words, and swore that I would not pass over the Jordan, and that I would not enter the good land which Yahuwah your Elohim is giving you as an inheritance. For I am to die in this land. I am not passing over the Jordan, but you are passing over, and shall possess that good land. Guard yourselves, lest you forget the covenant of Yahweh your Elohim, which he made with you, and shall make for yourselves a carved image in any form, as Yahweh your Elohim has commanded you. For Yahweh your Elohim is a consuming fire, a jealous El. When you brought forth children and grandchildren, and shall grow old in the land, and shall do corruptly, and make a carved image in the form of whatever, and shall do what is evil in the eyes of Yahweh your Elohim to provoke him, I shall call the heavens and the earth to witness against you on that day, that you soon completely perish from the land which you pass over the Jordan to possess. You do not prolong your days in it, but are completely destroyed. And Yahweh shall scatter you among the peoples, and you shall be left few in number among the nations where Yahweh drives you. And there you shall serve mighty ones, the work of men's hands, wood and stone, which neither see nor hear nor eat nor smell. But from there you shall seek Yahweh your Elohim, and shall find, when you search for him with all your heart and with all your being. In your distress, when all these words shall come upon you in the latter days, then you shall return to Yahweh your Elohim, and shall obey his voice. For Yahweh your Elohim is a compassionate El. He does not forsake you, nor destroy you, nor forget the covenant of your fathers which he swore to them. For ask now of the days that are past, which were before you, since the day that Elohim created man on the earth, and ask from one end of the heavens to the other end of the heavens, whether there has been a word as great as this, or has been heard like it. Has a people heard the voice of Elohim speaking out of the midst of the fire, as you heard, and live? Or has Elohim tried to go and take for himself a nation from the midst of a nation by trials and by signs and by wonders and by battle and by a strong hand and an outstretched arm and by great fearsome deeds, according to all that Yahweh your Elohim did for you in Mitzrayim before your eyes? You have been shown it to know that Yahweh himself is Elohim. There is no one besides him. From the heavens he let you hear his voice to instruct you, and on earth he showed you his great fire. And you heard his words out of the midst of the fire. And because he loved your fathers, therefore he chose their seed after them, and brought you out of Mitzrayim with his presence, with his great power, to drive out from before you nations greater and stronger than you, to bring you in, to give you their land as an inheritance, as it is today. And you shall know today, and shall recall to your heart, that Yahweh himself is Elohim in the heavens above and on the earth below. Oh, I'm so sorry. Hold on, quick drink, guys. Hang on. I will reread that. 39. And you shall know today, and shall recall to your heart, that Yahweh himself is Elohim in the heavens above, and on the earth beneath. There is none else. And you shall guard his laws and his commands, which I command you today, so that it is well with you and with your children after you, and so that you prolong your days on the soil which Yahweh your Elohim is giving you for all time. When Moshe separated 3 cities beyond the Jordan, toward the rising of the sun, for a manslayer to flee there, he who unknowingly murdered his neighbor, without having hated him in time past, and might flee to one of these cities and live, Betzer in the wilderness in the level land of the Reubenites, and Ramoth in Gilead for the Gadites, and Golan in Bashan for the Menashites. And this is the Torah which Moshe set before the children of Israel. These are the witnesses and the laws and right rulings which Moshe spoke to the children of Israel after they came out of Mitzrayim, beyond the Jordan, in the valley opposite Beth Peor, in the land of Sihon, sovereign of the Amorites, who dwelt at Heshbon, whom Moshe and the children of Israel had stricken after they came out of Mitzrayim. And they took possession of his land and the land of Og, sovereign of Bashan, 2 sovereigns of the Amorites, who were beyond the Jordan, toward the rising of the sun, from Aroer, which is on the bank of the Wadi Arnon, even to Mount Sion, which is Hermon, and all the desert plain beyond the Jordan, as far as the sea of the Araba below the slopes of Pisgah.
Oh, you did good. You did good, Lance, with all those words. Amanda, do you know that Lance just read a very romantic chapter? In
Well,
God
yeah.
doesn't. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say I was picking up on um the jealousy, but forgiveness, and I just, yeah. Anyways, you continue. And you have more insight than I do.
No, you do. You picked up on it. I knew you would. This is a love story in these chapters. We don't think of God as being romantic, right? We think of him as being like judgment. We think of him as being like mighty. We think of him, but we don't think of him as being romantic. And listen to in Hebrew, the language that's used is relationship words. Relationship language that Yahovah uses, and he wants to remind them of their first encounter, of when we fell in love, and he's rehashing all of this stuff. Gather the people to me. The use of intimate words here. This is relationship language as a theme all throughout this chapter, which is just beautiful. This is what I like. This is what I like to go over every time we read this Torah portion. There are 12 steps to a Jewish wedding, and the symbolism of this is just beautiful. There is the betrothal process. So the first 4 steps are with the engagement or the betrothal, and it was fulfilled before the bride met the bridegroom Messiah. So here we go. You have to select the bride. Well, Lance just read in verse 37 that he chose the seed. He chose them for a people. So the bride is chosen, it's selected, Israel, and there's all the references, but I'm not gonna read from that. If you want to look up the references, go ahead. Then there's a bride price. So the lamb slain from the foundation of the world, there's the references. Then they sign a contract or a ketubah, which is the Torah at Mount, that at Mount Sinai, you could say too. There's the references there. The bride has to give consent. You just can't go and say, I want you, but the bride has to also reciprocate and give consent. She accepts, she says, I do. And so there's the betrothal process, the first 4 steps in the engagement. The next 4 steps are fulfilled in Messiah's first coming. So you have a cup of a covenant. Remember the blood at Passover? This is the cup of the covenant. Number 6, there's gifts for the bride. The Ruach at Shavuot is the gift of the Holy Spirit. Hello, right? That's poured out in Acts 2. Then there's the cleansing of the bride. Think of mikvah, right? The bride has to have a mikvah, or think of it as spiritually baptism. And then there's a departure of the groom. The groom leaves, they separate, and think of that as the ascension, or Yeshua's ascension into heaven. This is where Mary and Joseph were at. They were on step 8 when Mary became pregnant with Messiah. So you can imagine the controversy. This is how far her and Joseph were in this process. So when she became pregnant, it would be a hot topic sort of thing. So, and then I'll go through 9 to 12, but Eric, go ahead. You're off mute.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
Sorry if you've been hearing me make coffee. I'm not sure that I'm buying that Christ is the fulfillment of steps 5 through whatever. At that point, they've already been divorced.
Right. So maybe it's the wooing back.
I still lean towards it's the releasing us from this commitment.
Okay.
So that we can be remarried in the new covenant.
Okay,
So,
that's a good point.
Trust me, I am way more, Lance can attest to this, I am way more accepting of, hey, look, I think Christ is here, and I think Christ is here than I used to be. But in this particular case, to say that steps 5 through 6 of where the marriage is going to be is the fulfillment of Christ coming, after God has already given Israel a certificate of divorce because of idolatry and adultery, that doesn't make any sense to my simple brain. I think the fulfillment of what Christ fulfills is the release from this marriage, and so that we can be renewed and restored and returned to the Father in the new covenant from Jeremiah 31.
Right. Before I go over to you, Annie, can I just say though, Eric, that they're not married yet. So it's the steps leading up to that second coming, the steps leading up to it, but there's no marriage yet.
Well, then, if there wasn't a marriage yet, what did he divorce us from?
No, there was a marriage before Yeshua. So what I'm saying is that it's a perpetual fulfillment, and it'll be fulfilled again.
Yeah, it's a way to look at it, sure.
Okay, go,
I'll let
Annie.
you jump in.
Go, you, Annie.
Well, the thing is, see, this was the marriage covenant for the widow or the divorced woman. She wasn't quite a widow yet because he wasn't dead, but she was divorced, and he was preparing, because the part where the husband goes away, the reason he goes away is to prepare the home or the place that she will be brought into. And so he goes away, prepares the home. When the home is completed, he comes back and then takes the bride into the house. Or in the case of the virgins, she's waiting outside the door of the home for him to quit the bachelor's party and the celebration to come take her into the wedding bed. So the thing is, you're correct. The marriage is not done until he comes and consummates it after being away, after preparing the home. But she is divorced from the old covenant, and when he returns, that's when they enter the new covenant, because the wicked, as in the case of the wise and foolish the foolish have gone away. And when he comes, only the ones that were faithful are there to meet him, to go into the wedding bed. And then when the others came, oh, let us in, let us in. I know you not, because you weren't here. You did not endure and do and prepare. So the covenant is not it's not finished. The wedding is not finished until he returns. But in this case, when he went away by death, fulfilling that the first were not only divorced, but then widows, so that they could be taken in marriage again. Anyway, my 2 cents.
Love it. Love it, you, Annie. That was a better way to describe it.
Yeah,
I like it.
That was exactly my point. If we make it out that the marriage was not completed at Sinai, and that's the part where it goes off the tracks in my mind. And because if the marriage wasn't completed at Sinai, what did he divorce us from? And so so I think the analogy is on the right path. But I would suggest that if the analogy holds true, it's for the second marriage covenant, not the marriage covenant at Sinai. That was my point.
Yeah. Point taken. Point taken. And so I'm just simply like, these are the steps. So it's important that we know basically the basic, and then you guys can derive whatever spiritual, because there is a spiritual link. Make no mistake. So point taken. And then steps 9 through 12 are the consecrated bride waits for the bridegroom. This is sanctification. The Jewish bride was set apart, consecrated, separated into her bridegroom. And so while waiting for his return, she is to stay faithful. Step 10, the bridegroom comes for the bride, and this is Messiah's return. And then step 11, the marriage under the huppah covering, the marriage actually takes place. And then finally, there's a banquet. There's a reception. the marriage supper of the Lamb in heaven, Revelations 19:7. Let us be glad and rejoice, give honor to him, for the marriage of the Lamb is come, and his wife hath made herself ready. The bride rejoices, I am my beloved's, and my beloved is mine. He has brought me to his banqueting house. His banner over me is love, found in Song of Songs 2:4 and 6:3. So that kind of imagery there. So ladies in the group, if you're dating someone, you're betrothed, even maybe not dating, but maybe engaged, and the man is away working to prepare a place and for the house, and he's just working, but he has one day off from his work week to spend time with you, and he asks you out on a date on a Friday night. Do you show up on Sunday or Tuesday if he makes the date with you on a Friday night? No. Of course, you're going to be counting down the minutes to spend time with your bridegroom on that date. You're going to be looking forward. That's Sabbath, right? And then men, how would you feel if you're married or engaged to a woman who just forget about that betrothal thing and they just decide to go and entertain another man? You know, that's what we do spiritually, mixing with these pagan gods and these pagan practices, right? So just some food for thought. Deuteronomy 4 verse 24 says, and you'll notice in those scriptures how often it says, I'm a consuming fire, I'm a zealous God. It says, and you read it, Lance, for Yahovah your God is a consuming fire. He's a jealous or zealous God. So it's just like a husband and a wife. You guys are set apart for each other. And that Hebrew letter for that consuming fire is the shin. And we talked about it with the Hebrew letter, what the priests do, make that shin above and have Jehovah's blessing over you. His fire is the shin. And we haven't gotten to that letter yet, but that's what he describes himself in this fire. He presented himself at the burning bush with Moses in a fire. And there's good symbolism in that. Eric.
I was just going to say, in my continuing quest for being precise in language, right? Certainly, those slides that you presented are not a Jewish wedding because you were talking about Jesus, and so that's not a Jewish wedding. However, you make a solid argument that that's the biblical model for a wedding, and so I would change the title from a Jewish wedding to a biblical wedding model.
Yeah, that's a good point. Those slides are old. And I've
grown. Yeah. No, I totally get it. And again, it's not that it's not that I'm arguing against the concepts. I think the concept is solid. However, I'm on this new, thing of being precise with language and try to extract the confusion. Certainly Jews aren't thinking about Jesus fulfilling any of that stuff, right? So that's not a Jewish wedding for sure. But I think you make a solid argument that is the model for a biblical wedding.
Yeah, that's a better way to say it for sure, Eric. Thank you for that. I take that. Okay. Okay, so I have lots to say about this chapter, and you guys can interrupt me at any time and add some comments or change. That's totally cool. Deuteronomy 4:1 is we see the Shema, not just listen. This is the handicap of our English language. It'll say listen in English, but it's not. Doesn't capture the essence of the word. It's hear and do. And you can look up Strong's 8085 for this Shema word. And we're going to talk more about that today. It's kind of like bookends. Listen to the Torah. You see that in verse 1, and then keep Torah in verse 40. And how can we keep the Torah if we don't listen? If we don't listen to the words, understand the words, we can't keep it. And so we have to do both. And that is the essence of the word. You will see it repeated as a theme in this Torah portion over and over. So chapter 4, verse 1 is listen or Shema to Torah. And then verse 40 is keep Torah. Chapter 5, verse 1, listen, Shema Torah. Verse 33, keep Torah. Chapter 6, again, the same thing. And it points to the middle. Just like this middle, that middle verse in this Torah portion is Deuteronomy 5:29. And if you get nothing else from today's Torah portion, this is the heart. And we haven't read 5:29 yet, but let me just read it of what we can look forward to. It says, oh, that his heart of theirs would be like this always, to fear me, keep all my commands, that it might be well with them and with their sons forever. This is a glimpse into Yahovah's heart. And so that's how this is set up, is to show that. So if there's bookends, there's something in between. It's this process of how we fall in love, and trust develops when we become one or ehad with our beloved. The emotions are evoked through this process. And he uses relationship language. So I love, so Deuteronomy 4:2, do not add or take away. So what authority does anyone have to edit Yahovah's word? You know, think of it in the context of, if you were married, or your spouse, you guys said your wedding vows, you're happily married, and then just one day your spouse says, you know, I'm just going to add an additional task onto you. Or I'm going to, you know, that thing I promised you on our wedding day, I'm just going to take that away. On what authority does that become okay? That wasn't the deal, right? That wasn't the deal. That wasn't the promise that you made. And so we, as Eric was saying, have to be really careful and really fine tune our words, because we want to do exactly what Yahovah says, and we want to, and more importantly, it's about understanding his heart, understand the relationship. And so Revelations 22:18-19, I testify to everyone who hears the word of the prophecy of this book, if anyone adds to them, God will add to him the plagues which are written in this book. And if anyone takes away from the words of the book of this prophecy, God will take away his part of the tree of life and from the holy city which are written in this book. And again, Matthew 5:18, for I truly say to you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one jot or tittle will pass from the law until all be fulfilled. So and I like this kind of saying, and we talked about this last year, the greatest thing in Jewish culture, and I say maybe Israel, maybe Jewish culture, is to work for your family. You don't work for mom and dad to become a son or a daughter. You work for them because you are a son, their son or daughter. Therefore, Jews today never think that they have to do works. And so that's a concept, is that we keep the Torah not because it's a salvation. I guess ultimately it is, but I mean, we do it because we are Israel, that we keep it. And so, yeah, any questions on that? Because I want to talk about this Hebrew word cleave in Deuteronomy 4:4. You guys good? We can keep going? Okay. Deuteronomy 4:4. And I want to point this out, is like, if it's like, I'm going to show you some proof that this is relationship language in Hebrew that he's using. So if you read that back, it says, and you who held fast to Yahovah your God are alive today, all of you. That word held fast is cleave. It is the exact same word found in Genesis 2:24, where a man will leave his father and mother and hold fast or cleave to his wife, and they shall become one flesh. I mean, we're seeing this all over the scriptures, this relationship language that he's trying to remind them of. How do we cleave to God? Okay, so we understand what that means, in the physical. Well, man and a woman becoming one, cleaving. Okay, how do we cleave to God?
Do what he wants.
Do what he wants. Do the commandments. We're joined to God, and then we bring his will upon the earth. Your will be done. His commandments are his will. So here it's kind of like this with this Shema, with this hear and do as this theme. If you love to garden, you just love to garden, you enjoy the planting, the picking, you like to plant seeds, you like to plant flowers, you like to grow a garden, and you get a job, let's say at McDonald's, and you decide, man, I'm not, you don't even step into the restaurant. What you do is you just go around the restaurant, you plant all these beautiful flowers outside the restaurant, but you were hired as a cook, and you just decide, I'm just going to plant a garden just outside this restaurant because it needs some shrubs and it needs some plants. What happens? Fired. Fired. You were not doing the job that you were hired to do. That's like us. There's a big difference between keeping it and doing it. You can keep the Torah, or you can, like, there's such a difference. That gardener was doing, but he didn't understand the job or the mission that he was hired to do. And that's just like us, is what I'm trying to say. And I love in verse 6 how it says, keeping and doing the commandments is your wisdom. You seek him in the good times and the bad times. This is relationship language. This is not about perfectionism. This is not about being perfect and keeping the law perfect. This is relationship. How many of us are perfect in our relationships? You just got a perfect marriage. You don't do anything wrong. It's all about perfectionism, about getting it perfect. No, none of us, right? But when you mess up, you go to your partner and you say, oh man, I screwed up. That requires humbleness. I screwed up. I'm sorry. Will you forgive me? In that builds relationship. And so it's not about perfectionism. So yeah, that's all I had to say about that. Thoughts in chapter 4 is fascinating. I love chapter 4. All the relationship language, it just shows God's fire and his passion and his zeal for his people. Let's go to Amber and then Eric.
Eric, if you want to go first, I have
Okay,
a
Eric.
unrelated question.
Okay.
All I was going to say is I'm so confused because I walked into this thinking these are a bunch of orders I need to follow. But Deneen, you're suggesting this is about a relationship, where somebody said, "If you love me, keep my commandments," and then somewhere else he said, "Those whom I love, I will chasten and correct." And then we need the humility to accept. Man, you kept throwing all these buzzwords. These great buzzwords. I'm just saying.
Eric, you missed my slide at the beginning, so I'm just gonna pop this up, which is why I shared this at the beginning. This is your from many years ago. I made this slide. So this is what you inspired me to make this slide, is like the circle of trust or the circle of relationship, and it requires humbleness. And I showed this at the beginning of our reading.
Yeah, and the thing that's been super interesting on this journey of becoming aware of the relationship is once you see it, you can't not see it. It's everywhere. It's just embedded into everything. And this chapter is obviously an excellent example of that. But yeah, absolutely.
Hey, Amber, do you want to go next, or should we go to Brandon?
Yeah, it's
Brandon, go ahead. Welcome.
Shalom, shalom. Just a brief introduction to those who don't know me besides Kosher Dad and Lance. But Dana is my wife, and she was on the Zoom call for a little bit, and she had it playing, and she's like, "Hey, I gotta go," and I'm like, "Well, Lance gave me the meeting information too," so I just hopped on to kind of continue on here. But the idea of the relationship that we're harping on, the difference between the ketubah contract that we were discussing earlier from Exodus 19 and 20, and what we have now with Yeshua allowed it in a legally binding way to be opened up to everybody who has the heart to join in. And this isn't a new thing. Anyone who wanted, a stranger who sojourns among you who wants to do the Passover, let him be treated as a native of the land. That's in Exodus 12. So the idea of being grafted in isn't new necessarily, but the heart condition behind it, I think, is what Yeshua, for lack of a better word, fulfilled. And we see that it illustrated in Romans 11 and Ephesians chapter 2. Additionally, the idea of the familial relationship with Christ, and Paul talks about the Spirit being able to cry out, Abba, Father. That's also illustrated in Matthew 12 verse 50, where Christ is sitting and Matthew chapter 12, the last few verses, and while he was talking to the crowd, see his mother and brothers stood outside, seeking to speak with him. And one said to him, see, your mother and your brothers are standing outside, seeking to speak with you. But he, answering, said to the one who spoke to him, who is my mother and who are my brothers? And having stretched out his hand towards his taught ones, he said, see, my mother and my brothers. For whoever does the desire of my Father who is in the heavens is my mother and sister and brother. And now we have the question, okay, well, what is the desire or what is the will of the Father? And Paul actually illustrates that in Romans chapter 2, starting in verse 17. And you could actually start a little bit sooner, but for the sake of brevity here, Romans 2:17, see, you were called a Yehudi or a Jew, and rest on the Torah, and make your boast in Elohim, and know the desire of Elohim, and approve what is superior, being instructed out of the Torah, and are trusting that you yourself are a guide to the blind, a light to those who are in darkness, an instructor of foolish ones, a teacher of babes, having the form of knowledge and of the truth in the Torah. Now, Paul is admonishing the Jewish people here, who he's talking to. You know, he's like, you who teach, you know, don't, that you shouldn't steal, do you steal? And so on and so forth. But we can connect the dots there back to Matthew, in that the relationship is definitely illustrated by works of the Torah, not because we do them for salvation, but we do it as fruits of our salvation, also illustrated in James.
Very good. Very good. Thanks for that, Brandon. I wrote in the chat, I like that that key part you read, know the desire of God. So know his desire. It's like you would want to know what your husband or wife desires, because you want to please them. You want them to be, you know, that it's the same sort of language. Eric.
Yeah, I was gonna push back on my brother just a little bit here. He hasn't heard the presentation you guys have yet. On the idea that Christ brought, you know, the teaching of the heart condition. He definitely taught the heart condition. But I would strongly make the argument, not only is grafted in Exodus 12, but the heart condition is woven through. I see it throughout the Torah, especially in Deuteronomy, especially in this chapter, right? And so the heart condition piece is already taught to us. I mean, we got the with all your heart and with all your soul key phrase in chapter 4 here. So it's already taught to us there. And so the part that Brandon hasn't had me talking about is the thing that Christ brought to the table was the release from that marriage covenant. That's what we didn't have without Christ. That's why when Christ says there's no way to the Father except through me, through my death, there's no way to get back to the Father in a new marriage covenant, because at that point we're adulterous. We need a status change from adulteress to widow, so that we are eligible to be rejoined to the Father in the quote unquote new covenant found in Jeremiah 31. But my brother Brandon still clings to some of his Christian heritage. Remember, it's not about being a Gentile. It's not about being a stranger. Lance has been talking about that a bunch lately. That gets taken care of through the act of keeping the Passover, like Brandon was talking about. So the grafted in piece is the act of keeping the Passover in Exodus 12, verse 48. We don't want to be that. We want to be Israel, of course. And then the issue with being Israel is Israel was divorced. So Israel needs to be released from that. And that is the bang for the buck that Christ's death brings to the table. But I do agree 100%. He absolutely was constantly teaching about the heart condition, emphasizing the heart condition. But I would absolutely say that wasn't something that he brought new to the table, especially in Deuteronomy here in chapter 4. I think it permeates everything, which goes to Deneen's point of, man, this chapter really just is about it's about the relationship. It is a love letter and so on and so forth. I think that really comes out in Deuteronomy for sure, particularly in Deuteronomy chapter 4 here, later on in Deuteronomy chapter 30, etc. And so yeah, I just wanted to say, I don't think that was a new thing. The big thing that he brought to the table was the release from that marriage covenant. I rest.
Very good. Thank you, Eric. You, Annie, and then Lance.
Yeah, the heart condition is the biggest thing. This is a love letter. He's writing to his wife. He does not want a loveless marriage. He does not want a marriage with an adulteress. So he's assessing the relationship, the love. And so I agree. It's not only a love letter here, but the whole heart piece. If you're going to be joined with him in his kingdom for the eternities, he wants someone that will appreciate it, not loveless marriage. My 2 cents for what's worth.
Awesome. Thanks, you, Annie. Lance.
I'm gonna like take a different road here because we're all over here. Deneen, you had a slide a second ago about the
Hey, hold on, Lance. Before you make a new point, can I just jump on what Ioanni said real quick and just make a quick point?
Yeah.
Then before we shift gears and then it gets discombobulated when I come back to it. So I agree absolutely with what Ioanni said. There's an interesting thing. If we go back to Exodus 12:48, when we get the grafted in piece that we're talking about, it's interesting to me that at least in the New King James, the word want is added in. It says, so I'm in Exodus 12, verse 48, when the stranger dwells with you and wants to keep the Passover. And that term, the wants there is italicized because it doesn't actually exist in the text, supposedly. But to Ioanni's point, I actually think it's a good context add, if you will, because what Ioanni is talking about and what everybody was started hearting there about, he doesn't want a loveless marriage. He wants us to want it, right? We see that in so many different places. The other one that jumps to mind is the sacrifice of the wicked is an abomination of the Lord, even more so if they bring it with wicked intent. So the big context picture takeaway I get from that is compliance to the law out of obligation. He's not interested. And so to Deneen's point, to Wani's point, it's a whole heart thing, right? He wants us all in, doesn't want that loveless marriage. He wants us to want to be there. And so it's super interesting to me that term, at least in the New King James, is added in, that you want to keep the Passover. It like I said, it appears from a purist perspective on the translation from Hebrew to English, it's not there. But I would argue on a full context level, it absolutely is there. And it goes to Ioanni's point. He doesn't want the loveless marriage. He wants us to want this. And that matters big time.
Yeah, who wants to be in a marriage where you force them to marry you? No, you want them to want you. And it's the same, to your point, Eric, exact same thing. Yeah. Lance.
So I'm gonna switch the gear here. So Ioanni, is your hand new, or is that, are you, I don't know. I just don't want to, I'm gonna derail it. So okay, Ioanni, just say something if you're not. But okay. So a second ago you had a second ago a slide a second ago about adding to and taking away. So I wanted to make a quick point because a lot of people will like point to the New Testament and say Paul says this and this is now our foundation, and like Christianity builds a complete belief structure based on like something Paul says in the back of the book here, you know. So from my understanding, and I have a lot to learn, right? But from my understanding, from what I have, there's the Torah, which is either 5 or 7 books, depending on your thing. There's the Torah, and then everything past that is clarification, or or if someone's not understanding something, they are clarifying. And we're gonna get into it at some point, and then we're gonna have an hour discussion about it. But we're gonna get into generational curses at some point, I think, in this Torah portion. And we were really getting into generational curses last night, and it's so when Isaiah talks, or when Jeremiah talks, or when Ezekiel talks, they are not adding to Torah, they are clarifying Torah. And a cool example of that is in Nehemiah when he talks about buying and selling on the Sabbath. He is not adding a new command. He's clarifying what the original thing was supposed to be. Because even Nehemiah, he's not adding to, he's not taking away from, so it's not, we can't just look at Paul and say, oh, you can't add to the Torah. It's everything. It's Isaiah, it's Jeremiah, it's Ezekiel, it's everybody. So I just wanted to bring that up as like a foundation to the belief structure here. And can I be wrong? Yeah, but I think that's what it is. So I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
I agree with you, Lance. I agree with you. I think it's a clarification because you can make a statement and then people have different interpretations of what that means. And so there's clarification that has to happen. Yeah. That's good. You, Annie.
Well, in the piece that was just read from chapter 2 of Romans, he's talking about the Torah. So how can people teach that he's saying do away with Torah when he is saying we need to do the Torah? And this is the thing. They don't take it as clarification. They're just making a man an offender for a word. They cherry pick what they want and then make.
We lost you, Annie.
Because later on in Acts, it shows him going to the temple after he returns from all his missions to cleanse himself and sin. So with the Torah, he was.
Oh, shoot. You're cutting in and out, Annie.
When all he was doing, huh?
You're cutting in and out. We just
all
got.
he
Okay,
was
we got
doing
you
was
back.
clarifying.
All he was doing was clarifying. I think he's just strengthening your point, Yuan. I think Yuani's just strengthening your point, Lance.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And just I'm gonna just build on Yuani for 1 second because Eric's in here. Why not? More than knowing what Paul's saying, we have to know what he can't be saying. So when we read Paul, there's bumpers, and that it goes back to this Deuteronomy thing of no one can add to or take away. So if Paul is saying don't do anything, then you take everything from Paul and you throw it out of the book. No, you have to throw it out of the book because he is a false prophet, which he's not, but so absolutely.
Okay. Very good. Any more comments before we go to chapter 5? Eric.
Yeah, I just had a couple of summary things. Love where the discussion has gone. So, obviously we get the don't add or subtract thing is here among other places in chapter 4. We also get a little bit of the Shema. We get to teach our children, right? So teach us diligently to our children is in there. We get to love the Lord our God with all our heart, with all our soul, with all our strength. So we get that piece of it in here. We also we're going to get like a sandwich here. And so this is like the opening, one side of the sandwich. And to me, Deuteronomy 30 is the other side of the sandwich. And so we get pointed out the fact that we're going to get scattered, but then we're going to come back to him. And we're going to get a lot more of that when we get to Deuteronomy chapter 30. And then the other thing that comes up to we touched on this a little bit earlier, all wisdom comes from the mouth of the Lord, right? So knowledge and wisdom comes from the word of God. And so then we also get touched on the topic of the fear of the Lord. And notice when it talked about the fear of the Lord, it said that, the Lord said to me, I will let them hear my words that they may learn to fear me. And so to me, the concept of the fear of the Lord is not fetal position, sucking your thumb in the corner, petrified. The result of a proper understanding of the fear of the Lord is to study his words, to glean wisdom and knowledge. And so to me, every time I see it bringing up this idea of the fear of the Lord is again, it's not about being afraid. It's not about being scared. It's about digging in and studying like we're doing right now. And so that's where I see that. And then we also get the concept touched on here about the commandment not to create a carved image. But note that we get the purpose of that. So it's not just about the carved image. Otherwise, as I think we talked about one of the times I was in recently about Moses putting the
serpent on the stake. That would be him being directed to violate it if you can't make any carved image whatsoever. So it's not so much the carved image as the worship of it, and so that comes through here as well, and then gets emphasized overall as interestingly, hey, really don't start worshiping the sun, the moon, and the stars. That's a big problem, right? And we find out that lo and behold, when we start digging into why we replaced the Sabbath with the Lord's Day, that's actually about sun worship, which is, you don't have to put on a real thick tinfoil hat for that. That's pretty straightforward within the catechism, if you will. And so that gets tied in here. And I think the rest of the points that I would make have already been brought up. But yeah, the big thing is I think this is the one side of the sandwich. The other side of the sandwich is going to be Deuteronomy 30. So I see this as the beginning, kind of the beginning part, and then we're going to get the summary of it in Deuteronomy 30 as we go. I rest.
Thanks, Eric. I'm glad you brought up, I just want to just review, since we're reviewing a Hebrew letter each week. When we reviewed this letter here that's on the screen, I put it in the chat. How do we say teach in Hebrew? It's on the screen. The letter's on the screen. Lamed. Lamed is a shepherd's staff of authority. That's how you say teach. And we reviewed that a few weeks ago. And then again, that verse, Deuteronomy 4:1, when it says, "O Israel, hearken," just to your point, Eric, we're seeing the Shema over and over. Hear and do, keep. And sometimes in English, you'll hear hearken or listen. English is a bad translation. It's Shema, it's Shema, it's Shema. Hear and do. So to your point.
Like I said, once you see it everywhere.
Awesome. Anybody else? Before we need a reader for chapter 5.
I'll do it.
Thanks, you, Annie. So before you start, you, Annie, if you are starting to cut out, I'm just going to wave at you because you are in and out. We get you really clear and then it's kind of spotty. But what you, Annie, is going to read now, we're going to remember the commandments. He's going to review the 10 commandments. And why are we reviewing it? I'd like to talk about that too, as well as I want to focus on one of them a little bit. So, but go ahead, you, Annie. Thank you for volunteering.
Problem is, they can't look at the book and read and see you. Just say, breaking up.
Okay, I'll say that.
And Moshe called all Israel and said unto them, Hear, O Israel, the statutes and judgments which I speak in your ears today, that you may learn them and do them. Yahovah, your God, made a covenant with us in Horeb. Yahovah made not this covenant with our fathers, but with us, even us. They are all of us here alive this day. Yahovah talked with you face to face, and in the moment out of the midst of the fire. I stood between Yahovah and you at that time, to show you the word of Yahovah, for ye were afraid by reason of the fire, and went not up into the mount, saying, I am Yahovah thy God, which brought you out of the land of Egypt, from the house of bondage. You will not have other gods before me. You will not make any graven image or likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or in the earth beneath, or that is in the waters beneath the earth. You shall not bow down yourself to them, nor serve them, for I, Yahovah, your God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers and children unto the third and the fourth generation of them that hate me, and sharing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments. You shall not take the name of Yahovah thy God in vain, for the Yahovah will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain. Keep the Shabbat day of and sanctify it. To the Lord, to Yahovah your God, hath commanded it. 6 days shalt you labor and do all your work, but the seventh day is the Shabbat of Yahovah your God. In that day you shall not do any work, you nor your son, nor your daughter, nor your maid servant, nor your manservant, not even your ox, or your ass, or any of your cattle, or the stranger that is within your gates, that your manservant may rest as well as you. The remnant, and remember that you were a servant in the land of Mizraim, and Yahovah your God brought you out thence through a mighty hand and by stretched out arm. Therefore, Yahovah your God commanded you to keep the Shabbat. Honor your father and your mother, as Yahovah your God hath commanded you, that your days may be prolonged, and that you may go with you in the land Yahovah your giveth. You shall not kill, neither
You, Annie, you're breaking up.
Okay.
You're breaking up. Alex, could you just take over for a little bit and then maybe we'll try again with you, Annie? Are you able to?
Yes, I can. So from verse 17, yes?
Yes.
You do not murder, you do not commit adultery, you do not steal, you do not bear false witness against your neighbor. You do not covet your neighbor's wife, nor do you desire your neighbor's house, his field, nor his male servant, nor his female servant, his ox, nor his donkey, or whatever belongs to your neighbor. These words Yahovah spoke to all your assembly in the mountain from the midst of the fire, of the cloud, and of the dense cloud with a loud voice. And he
Stop for a second. Do you guys notice how many times he says fire, the midst of the fire, the fire? We've read this several times. And so again, to that point, that slide that I brought up about the shin, the fire, and the fire of God, like it's evident all over it. You can't unsee it. Sorry, keep going. I just had to point it out. You, Annie.
Well, yeah, the fire, it says, who can dwell in the everlasting burnings? So God is a God of fire and everlasting burnings. And, it's interesting how Hasatan has flipped it. They say hell is fire. Well, yeah. Everlasting burnings is this. So that won't be a problem at all for those that are obedient.
Yeah. Shoot, you, Annie, you're breaking up, and I wanted to hear what you had to say, but can I just tag on to what I think you were saying, is that you said Satan twisted it, but we have a lake of fire. You're fine if you're refined by fire and you're silver and your reflection is seen in the silver. You're good. We want to be refined in Jehovah's fire, but if you're not, you'll be consumed. And so the fire can warm you up, and fire can burn your house down. It's a TikTok. It's both ends. And so we want to make sure that we're being refined by fire, not burned up by fire. So good point.
Amen.
Lance.
This is a good point to stick this in there, that the 10 commands or the 10 words or the 10 sayings that we're reading right here are different barely than the Exodus 20 10 commands.
Yeah. Okay.
I didn't have time to do a full dive, so I had to use a certain computer generated program that I won't say so I don't trigger anybody. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I use ChatGPT for a brief overview, but I haven't done the deep dive. And just to point out a couple things, the Sabbath is talked about in Exodus, remember the Sabbath, and here it's guard the Sabbath. And I believe it's remember in Exodus because it brings up creation. It's because they weren't really doing it because they were living in Egypt for a while, and here they've been doing it because they grew up in the desert. And then another one is I'm so sorry, it's the creation. Honoring the parents is has added wording. So the difference is Deuteronomy adds and so that it will be well with you when it's talking about honoring your parents. And there's also something different with the wife in coveting, but I can't get into it. But so yeah, I just wanted to point out that the command that it's different for different audiences right here. So as we read it, you should probably have a slide, don't you?
I love that you know me well. You're getting to know me well, Lance. I love that you brought this up. Maybe I'll pause here and just go through a few slides just because you brought it up before Alex keeps reading. Because I'm opinionated and you don't have to agree with me, but I'm gonna tell you my opinion, okay? So you've seen this slide before where they take the 10 commandments and they say the first 4 are how to love God and the last 6 are how to love your neighbor. I disagree. I think that the honor your father and mother needs to go on the God side of how to treat God, because he is our father and our mother. And if you he teaches us how to honor him. And I think, Lance, to your point, I never picked up on that, nor have I done a deep dive on the differences between Exodus and the repeat here in Deuteronomy. And I love what you pointed out because I see it right here in the Hebrew with observe the Sabbath. That's Shemar. And I have that word up on a slide that I wanted to talk about. And it may give us some more insight if anybody has some ideas. But back to this honor your father and your mother, so that you may be well with you in the land which Jehovah your God is giving you. Like, this is just proving my point, is how I see this is, yes, honor your physical earthly mother and father, but I really think that is a reflection on how to honor our heavenly father. And remember, he has female characteristics. So I disagree with this. I like the slide. I like the idea of the 613 or whatever, but I really think that that one needs to be moved on how to treat Yahovah so that our days will be prolonged along the earth. And it goes to this word shmor, which is observe, and guard and protect, which I want to talk about in a minute. But Patricia has her hand up, so let's go to Patricia.
I just wanted to say, I think that's a super astute point. I agree with you 100%, Deneen.
Thank you. Patricia. You're on mute, Patricia.
Oh, sorry. Yes, the honor your father and your mother. Spiritually, yes, you have to honor your parents, because remember that the parent would have to pray for the child, which it is their duty. And also in Ephesians 6, it reiterates to say that you must honor your father and your mother again, that your days may be long on the earth. Even when Solomon was given his testimonies and statutes and laws about God, he would also tell them to honor your father and your mother. Remember with one of the sons, with one of the 12 sons, when they went out and did what they did and sore was all over his private area. It was the father who had to pray for him to get healing for that. So spiritually, yes, honor our father and our mother, but we must also respect. And I think this is where tradition has broken down, where, because we haven't taught these children what obedience is in the home, we have broken homes and we have children talking back to parents and, being disrespectful.
Yes, that's a good point, Patricia, because if you can't honor and respect your parents' rules of the house, Yahovah has rules of his house, his Torah. So if we can't honor and respect our own parents' rule, it's a model example of being in Yahovah's house. We have to honor the rules of the house. So yeah, very good. Lance and then Eric.
Something to point out here, and I don't want to spur us into an hour discussion, but I just want to point something out. What do you do, since we're all walking this out, right? What do you do when your parents don't keep Torah and they don't believe in God and they're not God's people and they're like, "Hey, homie, let's go shopping on Saturday at the mall." Oh, are you supposed to honor them, right? You know? So what do you do there? So interesting little, bombshell I'm dropping, but in my opinion, I believe that this is the assumption. I believe this has the assumption that the family unit is Israel and that the parents and the children are all on the same team here. I think when Jesus comes or comes and he's like, "Hey, I'm dividing the houses, mother against daughter and son against father, like that we're going to divide the house and all that." I think that this is not talking about different teams. I think this is all when we're on the same team. If we can take the literal with the mother and father, not what you're hinting at with the deeper stuff. So I just wanted to bring that up.
That's good.
Well, honoring them does not mean obeying and joining in with them. Honor means respecting and helping, but not obeying or following.
Good point. That's a good point, Annie. Let's go over to Eric and then Patricia.
I don't even remember why I raised my hand now. I'm on to Lance's point. The of the hour-long discussion. The I do remember the point.
Group.
I do remember the point now. First to Patricia's thing about, we see people talking back now. Well, if we view communism as a religion of the adversary, as opposed to a political belief, one of the foundational pieces of communism is to get people away from their families. So it shouldn't be surprising at all that our children who are in the public education system and just in the education system in general are getting a healthy dose of don't listen to your parents. They don't know what they're talking about. So it shouldn't be a big surprise that the adversary is teaching our children to talk back and so on and so forth. So there's that. And so I would just throw that out there as a root cause of why Patricia correctly observes we're seeing more and more kids talk back to their parents. To get to Lance's point, just briefly tying to Deneen's point, that this isn't a love your neighbor thing, this is a love God thing. Agree 100%. And so Lance brought up the parts about where Christ says he actually came to break up families, not to unite everybody. We also have one example where his mom and brothers are outside, and he says, "My family's in here," right? So talking about the where the connection is there, and just re-emphasizing Deneen's point that honor your mother and father is probably more about loving God and less about your earthly mother and father. And then to emphasize Ioanni's point that he was making towards Lance, you're not supposed to correct a scoffer. So if your parents are scoffers, they don't want to hear it, then getting in their face about it all the time is just going to cause them to hate you, according to the text. Additionally, when we see don't it be unequally yoked, the correct thing to do is separate. So some distance can be honoring of our earthly mother and father, so that we're not constantly headbutting and going up against it and all that kind of stuff. But I think 100% on Ioanni's point, honoring isn't obeying your parents in disobedience to God. Honoring is respecting them and giving them their space, and if they are scoffers, not keep throwing it in their face, because that will just cause them to hate you. So hopefully...
Love the point, Eric. Love the point. You worded it very well. Let's go to Patricia and then Angela.
Yes, Eric. I think it's in Matthew 12 where Matthew 12:48 going up, where he said that anyone that does the will of God, you know, right, is. But based on it, yes. But I see somebody text in the chat like, come over for Christmas fam. I had to respect my mother and my father. And even though up till this day, my mother is, I think, is 66, she's still not taken over to being a Christian or to Torah. But it is the values that she embedded. And yes, growing from a Christian home, you know, yes, we usually eat ham and turkey. But I think if you follow on the path, the things that she had done and taught, well, it's realizing when I come to God that it is totally wrong. But I think it is the obedient part of it that I have done that led me to where I am now. You know, even though she was a strict mother and all of that, and I realized that some things she taught, you know, might be wrong, but I think it was the obedience of me, you know, that being so humble, you know, taking all those battered licks, those beatings, it just bring me to the path where it leads me to righteousness.
Yeah.
As you said, don't spare the rod and spoil the child.
Let's go over to Angela and then Lance.
So I have a little bit of a different perspective just from the healing work I did. I worked with a couple on judgments, and they had sent me to a video with the teaching on this. And basically, like, these are laws, right? So like honor your mother and father, the law of increase, like all these things come into effect. So like when, let's say we're a child and we have some sort of feelings against our mother or father that's unresolved, when we get into a relationship, that will manifest, so to speak, in that relationship. And it will continue to manifest. So, for example, there was this lady that when she was little, her dad lost his job and he started drinking, and then he accused his mom of cheating and giving her all this grief and stuff. And so she kind of had a thing against her father of this. So when she got older, she got married when she was 19. Everything was great till they got married. Then he lost his job. Then he started accusing her of cheating. She ended up divorcing that guy, getting into another marriage later on. Same thing happened. He ended up losing his job and accusing her of cheating. And she left that marriage. And finally, the third time, the same thing happened, but she had met someone that knew about judgments, and they brought up this thing with her father. And when she forgave her father, that marriage changed and she was able to stay in that marriage, and it worked.
Wow.
And that's happened to, like, there's like multiple testimonies on this. Like there's a wound there towards your parent, like, that needs to be healed. So that goes along with like the honoring the mother and father.
So it fits the picture, Angela, of what we're saying, because if it's a model in the physical, of your physical model of your father and mother on earth manifests in the spiritual.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's go over to Lance.
2 quick points. The first, I wanted to, how do I word it? I really like Eric's point over the honoring your parents. Oh, and like if they're doing Christmas, if I go, just if I go, it will piss everybody off because I'm, not gonna, I'll be wearing tzitzit and I'm not gonna be eating the Christmas ham, or like not even Christmas. Like if I go over there and me being me, doing my best to be the light, and if that pisses them off, then by honoring them, it's probably best that I don't do that. If I don't show by, like a good neighbor, stay over there. Like I really like that perspective, and that's I think that really helped me in my personal life. But the other thing I wanted to bring up is Alex's thing in the chat about how do we encourage unbelievers to do this and all that. And in my opinion, It's just my opinion. I think that we be the lights where we do the Torah and we let it change us into what he wants us to be. And we, as examples, people look at us and go, oh, what do they have that I don't have? And it's God's instructions is all that. But over them seeing it, there's nothing, I've got to figure it out, guys. There's nothing we can do. There's nothing we can, no matter what we say, no matter if I take this book and I shove it in their face and I point out anything, they are like blind. And I know that's like insulting, but they can't see it. The only way they can see it is like Proverbs 2. Proverbs 2 lays it out really well. It's they have to ask, they have to pray, they have to they have to want it. If anybody turns to the Father and says, Father, show me what you want, really, and that's something that all of us have a very different story, but it's like the same thing. All of us have a very similar, we prayed and asked for God to show us what he wants us to see, and we were like, God, I'm going to do it, and then all of a sudden we can see it. And that's so to answer the whole thing is they need to just ask the Father and mean it and go, Father, show me what you want me to see, show me this, and then they'll see it. That's it. We can't do anything. So I know it's out of our hands. All we can do is be.
So what you're saying,
Yeah, they have to ask with an open heart. All we can do is be the light. That's it. And try not to ruin relationships like what I do. Don't do what Lance does.
Yeah.
So that's it.
that's good. It's a great point, Lance. Yeah, it's a great point. So what you're saying is it's a personal thing. Yeah. Brandon.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat with, I mean, heck, I think everybody here, because me and my wife and my father are, and my little sister, I guess you can count her, we're the only Torah observant people in our family. However, once a year my family gets together. It might not be on Christmas Day or anything like that, but my entire family gets together, and you bet your happy butt I'm going, because that's like the only time I get to see everybody. Sometimes they do a gift exchange, sometimes they don't. Sometimes it's ham, sometimes it's brisket. I don't care. I'm there to see my family. On that note, my attitude used to be the whole, like Lance illustrated, shoving a Bible down people's throat. And yeah, that doesn't work. It didn't work the first 6 months of my marriage and almost led to divorce. However, once I sat down and shut up, my wife, a few weeks later, without any instigation on my part, comes up to me and says, hey, what's this Sabbath thing? A couple weeks later, hey, can you make me a set of tzitzit? Hey, can you make, let's go ahead and plan on going here for Sukkot. And now she's all in. She just went to a women's retreat a few weeks ago. We're going to a local Bible study. And Psalms 119 has a verse in there, and it says, your word is a lamp to my feet and a light unto my path. It's not a lamp unto your path. It's not a lamp to my mom's path. It's not a lamp to my neighbor's path. It's not a lamp to my in-laws' path. So whenever I take my light and I shine it under my own feet, I can see where I'm going. Other people can see where I'm going without me having to tell them. However, if I go like Lance was talking about and I do this, you can't see me. You can't see anything. Matter of fact, you want to turn your eyes away from it because it is so freaking blinding that you don't understand or comprehend it, almost like darkness. This is what we want to avoid. Anyone who believes that Christ is of God is our brother and sister. We need to treat them like that. Because to me, right now, there's a lot of animosity between our walk and the modern church. I used to be the same way. Sunday mornings, I'd be driving into work and I'd white knuckle a steering wheel, wanting to double kick the doors open at a local church and say, hey, you guys are all wrong. That's not our problem. That's not our job. The same thing went down in Acts chapter 10. Peter got railed for going to a Gentile's house, someone who was common or unclean. He got railed for doing that. And he explained, God told me they are not common, they are not unclean, and I can go spread the light wherever I feel led to. And so I'm a huge advocate. I go to a local church on Sunday. I help with their men's group. I help with the youth group. And that's not on me. That's not a whole boast. Look at what I'm doing. These people are trying to do the best they can with what they got, with where they're at. And God's put me here for a reason. It's not oh no, you're not doing the thing that I'm doing, so go away. You're a vampire to me. No, that's what Peter was talking about in Acts chapter 11. We are not to do that. We go on. Christ in his Great Commission says, go out into the world and make disciples, not go to your comfort zone, not go to your hidey hole because you're an isolationist, not go to people that you like. Go to the world that's filled with pagans, that's filled with pagan practices, that's filled with abomination, and make disciples. And that's what I got.
That's good, Brandon. Some good points in there. Some good little nuggets in there. I kind of was thinking as you were talking about, it's about connecting with the person first, and then you communicate. You don't communicate unless you have connection with the person. And so what you're doing as everybody has like a different kind of maybe area that they minister to. Yours, you feel like going to the church folks and ministering. Good on you. Shine a light. As long as you're shining the light on your path and they're watching you on your path, and that we're not influenced by that. And that doesn't sound, I'm not saying that's what you're doing, but with that little disclaimer, I would say good on you and good for you. As long as you're not being torn down, but instead you are modeling a light to them, that they want what you have as you're modeling it for them. So that was a really good analogy with the light shining in someone's face and it's blinding. And that was a perfect physical example of what we do spiritually if we try to ram this Torah stuff down people's throats. So that was really well done. Well said. Anyone else? Okay. I have, before you can, Alex, are you okay to continue reading? But I just wanted to go over just a couple of things since we're stopped on the 10 Commandments. And I do this every year because it's one of my little pet peeves. You know how everybody just has their thing? This is one of my things with number 3, no taking the name in vain. I just want to talk a little bit about that. And I also want to talk a little bit about this Hebrew word shmor. So, in Jewish culture, everybody knows here that they will not speak the name. And here's a screenshot from a teaching that's a prohibition of oaths. So found from, Exodus 27. No perjury, breaking, delaying the performance of vows or promises, and speaking the name unnecessarily. So to a point, yeah, I agree. You don't want to just make his name common when you say it. But I mean, this has been taken so far that Jews today, modern day Jews, don't even say the name at all. They cover up the name. It's a cover up by saying Hashem, which just means the name, because it's too holy to pronounce. And I adamantly disagree with this. The word here for do not take the name in vain is more accurately is carry. And carry is that Hebrew word 5375, which is nasa, which is a verb, which means to lift, to carry, to take, and then English will always translate it to take. But it's more like if you are, okay, Alex, I'm going to pick on you, Alex Parker. So you want to, your dad was a Parker. You want to uphold your father's name. You don't want to drag your father's name through the mud, right? The Parker name. So you want to do your father proud by being an honorable man with integrity, living your life. And that's more the essence of this do not take the name in vain. In Christianity, I thought for 40 years that it was swearing, right? I thought that that's what that meant. That's what it was taught. I was very naive, but there's a deeper meaning to this. And so I wanted to also, if you'll permit me just really quickly, just for the sake of this group, because we've had some new people join us, and some of the people that have been with our group for a while, they know why we say Yahovah. This is not a name debate. I'm not getting into a name debate. I do not care if you say Yahuwah, Yahovah, whatever. That is not the purpose of this. the purpose, I want to give a little presentation of why, an explanation of why I say Yahovah, and just some background history. So if you permit me, I'll just do a really quick little education thing with what I've come to know. But let's go to you, Annie, and then Lance.
Two things. What you just said, the name is not that important. Yeshua came to all of the Indian tribes, and there are about 50 names in the native world for Yeshua. Quetzal anyway, the thing is, remember, he scrambled the languages at the Tower of Babel, and he knows your heart. So if you have the proper meaning in your heart when you say the name, he accepts it. He's not going to quibble. But you mentioned that the Jews don't say the name because of this. At the end of the Jews, before the Romans destroyed Israel, they forbid anybody from saying the name Yahovah, or God, Yeshua's name, not Yeshua's, but the Father's name, because they wanted to stamp out the religion, because the Jews were always in rebellion and going to war. In fact, they wrapped rabbis up in saying the name Yeshua. And so the Hebrews turned a command of the Romans into a command from God. But that's where that tradition started. Anyway, I'm finished.
I hear you, Annie, and I have heard, that argument before, but I agree and I disagree. I disagree with you a little bit about the name, and I want to go over a few verses. This is an old slide from one of my old notebooks 7 years ago that I wrote down all these verses pertaining to the name, and it's definitely not about how to pronounce the name. If we are arguing amongst believers about how to pronounce his name, that's just not right. I mean, it's about the essence of it. We are to teach, have no ego. This is not about me being right. It's just something that I understand about the name, and that's what I want to present. Lance, before I go.
Something about the don't take the Lord's name in vain thing, real quick, before we move on to the name exactly. There's a guy that's some of us follow on the internet named TJ Morris, Bear Independent, and he has a really nice way that he says it. I'm going to straight up just repeat it here.
Yeah.
It's don't take the Lord's name in vain is not like how you say it and all that. It's don't put God's name, don't stamp God's name on your BS, on your nonsense. So
Ooh, I like that. I like it.
yeah. So if these little people on YouTube or pastors or, a message came to me from the Lord, I have to share it with, that's you're stamping his approval on what you're making up, and that's a nice way to summarize that. But the other thing I wanted to bring up about yeah, that's that's a nice way to put it. And he says it all the time. I didn't say it. He comes up with that. But and over the name thing, if I may, this is gonna be great. Let's go into that. But there's like a pet peeve of mine over the names, and it's when a Bible doesn't have God's name at all. So there's certain translations that like the King James, for example, and not to pick on the New King James either, but there's certain versions of the Bible where if someone only reads the Bible, they get from cover to cover and have no clue God has a name. It's just God or Lord. Like the New King James, the King James, the ESV, the NASB, honestly, most of them. There's only a couple versions of the Bible that have an actual name. Like, do they have to use it all the time? But no, but like in Exodus 3:15 or 15:3, dyslexic, right? It's both, I think. That lists the name of God, and Yahweh is a warrior, Yahweh is his name. Like I think the NLT has it, and the Scriptures has it. I think the Complete Jewish Bible, but like there's the LSB. There's only a couple versions, and that's a huge. No matter what we say, no matter what we get on with what his name is, it's like I think the Bible version should at least say what his name is, at least once.
It was removed over 6,000 times in our Bible, and that's a problem for me. And it's a cover up. And to your point, Annie, about Jews had to choose between keeping the Torah when the Greeks, I think it was the Greeks, I'm got to recall my history here, or not saying his name, and they would never give up the Torah. So they chose to cover up the name. And that's a bit of, because we don't know the history, we don't understand where this got lost. So if you'll permit me, I just want to share what I know. I mean, these are old slides. I haven't looked at this in a while, but I want to just share with you a little bit about what my understanding is of the name. And this is no debate on how to pronounce it. Just give me a minute here to just disagree with you, Annie, a little bit. And I think the name is important, but I don't agree with arguing over how to pronounce the name. So there's no power in a title. I mean, sure, everybody here knows. There's power in the name, and the Bible says that very clearly. So for example, I'm a nurse. I work at a hospital, and I'm a registered nurse. My title is nurse. I'm also a sister, a daughter, a mother, an aunt, and a friend. As you guys all know, those are all titles, but my name is Deneen. And so if you're in a hospital bed and you call for a nurse, you could get Nurse Alex, Nurse Destin, Nurse Nicole, Nurse Lindsay. You don't know what nurse you're going to get. And so there's a differentiation between a title and a name, because if you specifically want Nurse Deneen, you are going to have to call me by my name. So that's how you will get me if you were in a hospital bed saying, I would like Nurse Deneen. So you're being more specific. I even asked Google just for kicks, hey, what's the difference between a title and a name? Generally, a name basically is more specific. And so as we get closer to God, yeah, Amber, you didn't even know that Yahovah had a name, that God had a name until you came into Torah. So many people will resort to just calling him God or Lord or what have you, instead of, and as we get closer to him, then I think he expects us to call him on the name. So there's no power in a title. There is power in the name. Here's my verses. Acts 4:12. No other name, not title, under heaven by which we must be saved. Colossians 3:17. Whatever you do, do it in the name. Romans 10:13. Everyone who calls on the name will be saved. 2 Timothy 2:19. God knows who are his, and there's a seal. And let everyone who names the name depart from iniquity. John 16:24. Until now, you've asked nothing in my name. Asking, so we can ask in the name. Proverbs 18:10, we're safe in the name. 1 Corinthians 6:11, you're justified in the name. Mark 16:17, in my name they will cast out demons. You don't cast out demons in a title, you cast out demons in the name. Matthew 6:9, our Father in heaven, hallowed be your name. And prophets speak in the name. Daniel 9:6. And so there's power in the name. So how does this work? Because where does this name come from? And what about Jesus? So does everybody here, I'm assuming everybody on this group understands the difference between translation and transliteration, right? Translation means that you translate the meaning. Transliterate means you translate sounds. And so that's where Jesus came from. What they did is they transliterated the sounds and not the meaning. So a little background history in case you're new to Torah or don't understand where this letter J came from. The letter J was distinguished from the letter I by the Frenchman Pierre Ramus in the 16th century, but didn't become common in modern English until the 17th century. The letter J was invented in 1524. That's 500 years ago, when this Italian guy, he's known as the father of the letter J, made a distinction between the two sounds. But historically, the I and J were synonymous. They were the same character. And so here you have an original first edition 1611 King James Bible. And what do you notice about the name Jesus? It doesn't start with a J, it starts with an I. So that's just really interesting because there was no J. And so it was spelled Isius, okay? And so here's the evolution of Jesus. This is what happened. The Hebrew name Yeshua, which means salvation, was transliterated, not translated. It was transliterated because they didn't have the sounds for Yeshua. They transliterated into Greek as Jesus. Jesus was transliterated into Latin, Isius. That's what we see in the 1611 King James Bible. And from there, we get our English, Jesus, which is in the modern day versions. The name was filtered through 4 languages, but they didn't translate the meaning of Yeshua. They just transliterated the sound. And so what's really interesting, if you go to Google and you divide this word Jesus in half into the Latin, the JE means to throw or hurl or cast, and Zeus, they say, is swine. So that's just really interesting, right? Because if we're the name Jesus means nothing. I'm not saying that you can't say Jesus. I'm just saying if you translate Jesus, it has no meaning whatsoever. So if you were to translate Yeshua directly into English, don't pass go, do not collect $200, don't go to Greek, don't go to Latin, just translate Hebrew Yeshua directly into English using the letter J, it would come out as Joshua. And so Nicole Soroka, who's on the call here, her and I sat around one evening and we just Googled, what is Joshua in Chinese? What is Joshua in Latin? What is French? What is Joshua in Spanish, Italian? As many as we came up with, every single time the translation of Joshua came out to salvation, or God is my salvation. So if we want to translate the Hebrew Yeshua into an English word, why don't they use Joshua? Because Joshua, we know, very common. There's lots of people named Joshua, but it means salvation. And so I went to Google and I asked Google, what does the name Jesus mean in Hebrew? And the answer they gave me is, Jesus's name in Hebrew was Yeshua. See how they dance around the direct translation, which translated to English as Joshua. But excuse me, they're not telling me the translation of Jesus. They're telling me the definition of Joshua. And so you have to be careful, and the devil's in the fine print. So why do we pronounce his name as Jesus if his English name is Joshua? Why does Google not answer the question of defining what Jesus is? Because it doesn't have a meaning. It doesn't mean anything. So let's just say that we were Greek back in the day and we heard of this Yeshua character in Hebrew, and wow, it means God is salvation. If you were to want to call his name salvation in Greek, you would have called him soteria. Soteria in Greek means salvation. And so that's what I'm saying. That's the corruption of this name. And salvation in Latin is salus. And so when you're saying Jesus, you're not really saying anything. And so I'm not saying that you're not thinking of Yeshua, meaning Yeshua, and I'm not criticizing anybody. I'm just saying when it gets down to the root of it, it doesn't mean anything. Okay, so here's some titles and names trivia for you. So Mashiach in Hebrew, it's a Hebrew word. That means Messiah. Messiah, just simply translated, means anointed one. You can see reference Isaiah 61:1. Christos is a Greek word, which in English we say Christ, which is also anointed one. See, they didn't have a direct translation for this Messiah character. They called him Christos, and in Greek, and Christos is the anointed ones in the temple of Zeus. So that's how it came out Christ. I mean, it's a language. It's a language thing. Adonai is a Hebrew word, which means Lord. El is God. Elohim is God's plural. That's a Hebrew word. Abba is interesting. Abba, Father, we know him as Abba, Father. It's a Hebrew word, but it's also an Aramaic. It's an Arabic word as well, which also means Father. So that's interesting. And so Yeshua, we went over. Jesus or Jesus, which we went over. Yah is just short for Yahovah. And then Hashem. You hear lots of Jews in Israel today say Hashem, and all that means is the name. And we say Bashem, Yeshua HaMashiach, on the name of Yeshua. It just means the name. Okay, so this is where I'm going. What name are we saved by? Abraham, Isaac, Jacob never knew Jesus. Are they saved? Right? So the proof is in the Torah. Let's turn to Genesis 12:8. What does it say? Genesis 12:8. Let's talk about Abraham. Let's see if Abraham was saved. Genesis 12, verse 8 says, Yahovah appeared to Abram and said, I'll give you this land to your seed. He built an altar. In verse 8, and he moved from there to the mountain on the east of Bethel and stretched out his tent with Bethel toward the sea and Ai on the east. And he built an altar there to Yahovah and called on the name of Yahovah, as it says in the Hebrew. So he called on the name Yahovah. Interesting. So Isaac does the same thing in Genesis 26, 24 to 25. He calls on the name Yahovah. And Jacob in Genesis 35, 3 and 7, he calls on the name Yahovah. And so I would wager to say, yeah, they were saved. And so let's talk about this name Yahovah very quickly and why I say Yahovah and not Yahuwah. And I'm not offended if you say that. Again, I am not offended. There's all these different ways to pronounce the vowels. Yahovah, Yahavah, Yahuwah, Yahweh, Yahuwah. And my favorite one, this one is a really good one I heard recently, Yahavah, because Hava in Hebrew is love. So Yah is love. I heard that one the other day. Interesting. Okay, so let me just, but we know it's not Jehovah because the letter J wasn't invented, but sure, you could say Jehovah. Let me just briefly explain why I say Yahovah. Patricia, did you have a quick point or did you want to go after I was done? You're on mute, Patricia.
Oh, I was just opening a quick thing. I was just asking, since it's Yahshua, why is it we have so many confusion of the spelling of the name now? Yahushua, Yahuwah.
I'm about to get into it.
These different spellings.
I'm about to explain where that comes from. And guess what? You're not wrong either way. Okay? So Hebrew does not have vowels. They only have consonants when you look at the letters. The vowels come with the vowel markings. And so if you just look at this, you'll just have a YH, VH, or WH, depending on what your view is. And so that's all you get. The discrepancy is in the vowel markings. And so if you just say Yah, that's just basically short for Yahovah or Yahuwah. That is just basically, if your name is Courtney and you're called Court, it's a short, right? So there's Yah. We already know in Psalms it says he rides upon the heavens by his name Yah. So in Psalms it calls him Yah. So it's a short name. It's a nickname for Yahovah. Here's where the discrepancy comes in. Is this vav, the vowel markings that are on this vav and how to pronounce it? Is it a V? Is it a U? Is it a W? Is it a, that's where the discrepancy comes in the name. And I'm, again, not going to debate it. I just want to explain some facts. People think that just because it was pronounced with a W in the ancient world, and I don't argue that it makes it more accurate. But I want you to look at the whole picture. I want to read something to you. And this is from Nehemiah Gordon, who is the most published Hebrew scholar on the planet on the language. And he raised a really, really good point it hit me because he has a really, really great point. In ancient Syria, at the time of King David, Jews from the Damascus regions pronounced the Vav as a V sound. This is interesting because when they were at home, they didn't speak Hebrew to each other. They spoke Arabic. And this is really, why is this interesting? Is because Arabic doesn't have a V sound in their language. It's a W sound. And in fact, this is where we get our modern day word for wow from, okay? And only 5 Jewish communities use the wa sound, the Yemenite Jews, the Libyan Jews, and whatever, there's three more. But the basic premise is they're all Arabic speaking. One of the top Jewish Hebrew speakers in the world, he was asked, is this name of, this Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh, is it pronounced with a V or a W? And could this wa be influenced here by the Arabs? And he said, it's not maybe, it's 100% why. The wa sound. There is no agenda here because the Jews don't pronounce the name anyway. They just say Hashem. So they don't have a vested interest one way or another. So they're just experts in the native language. So why would Arabic speaking Jews from the Damascus area who speak both Arabic and Hebrew pronounce the V sound when they don't have a V sound in their language? And this was key because they were preserving something. Maybe something holy is what they were preserving, like the holy name of God. So it depends on whether you're a native Jew or a native Arabic speaker identifies the issue of the W sound or the V sound. So if you have a native language of Arabic, you're going to pronounce it Yahuwah. And if you're a native born Hebrew speaker, you're going to say Yahovah. But either way, both parties speak both languages. And so it's an accent. And so this was really cool for me because native speaking Arabs who speak only Arabic and they speak Hebrew, so there's no V or P in Arabic. And so it comes out as a wa sound. And Jews who also speak Arabic will pronounce it with a V sound. It's kind of like Hanukkah. This Hebrew word Hanukkah, there's no English equivalent. Sometimes you'll see Hanukkah spelt with a CH, and sometimes you'll see it spelt with an H because it's a sound. Well, how do you translate that into English, right? So you do your best. So, and that's why I don't have a problem with anybody speaking the name with a W or a U or whatever. Just like Alex, you're in England, Patricia's in Jamaica, Lance, you're over there in Utah, Destin's in Canada. We all have little different nuances in our English language, and it's the same thing. So that was a bit longer than I thought that I wanted to go, but that was my little thoughts on the name. And I see there's like 14 things in the chat I missed. Okay, let's get back to the portion. Any comments? Okay, let's go to Patricia and then Lance.
So that means there are confusion in the Hebrew sector, just as in English, French, Japanese. So I think up till now, we don't really know. As a matter of fact, this is not the right Hebrew. I think it's not. I think it was pictogram. And then you have to translate it from there. So then and there, no one still don't know the name.
The exact pronounce, but we know it's not Bill or Bob.
And for me, I have a problem when people call my name wrong. I wonder how he feels.
When we say his name.
Yeah, somebody spelled my name CIA at the end. And I'm what? So I'm really upset when my name is not pronounced properly. And it throws me off. So I just wonder how God feel about that. I don't know.
Yeah. Let's go to Xander and then Lance.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up when you look it up about the name in the Blue Letter Bible, it says the name is used for everything which the name covers, everything the thought or feeling or which is aroused in the mind by mentioning, hearing, remembering the name, i.e., for one's rank, authority, interest, pleasure, command, excellence, deeds, etc. So when you say in the name of, you're really speaking like in the authority of.
That's a good point. That's a really good point, Xander. Yeah. Lance.
Okay, we both have a point, so
So something that I wanted to mention is something that I've learned at work, being in customer service, is that a person's name is the most important thing to them. So if I were to say Dawnine, you would correct me. You wouldn't just let it slide if I kept saying it. I mean, so I think it's important to try to get it right. I think the heart piece and the heart condition there is that you are trying. And, you know, even if I said Dawning instead of Dunning, you know, if I said, "Oh, I'm so sorry," and I corrected it at that point, not that, you know, we know what the correct pronunciation is, but I think it is important to note that, yeah, it's the heart condition of trying to get it right, you know, and constantly correcting the way that you're saying it.
Good point. Lance.
And then I just have a funny little interesting 1 second story. So you know how in Hebrew there's no J, there's no J sound. We know it couldn't have been like Jehovah. We know it couldn't, there's no J. There is no J. Let that go, everybody.
Hey.
Not that we have a problem with that. We all know that. So what did I do? I have it actually filmed, by the way. I called the Jehovah's Witnesses headquarters in New York City.
You
And
didn't.
I recorded the phone call. I did. And I called like I'm just some dumb guy that has no clue. And I'm like, hey guys, how come you say Jehovah when there's no J? And I have it recorded. It's like I'm the first person to ever ask that. And the when you actually dive into it, it's someone translated it somewhere in the past, and that's why. That's just why. And it's like, all right, you guys are a sham. So, yeah, just wanted to bring that up. I have it recorded somewhere. It's on my work phone. I'll find it.
You
So,
should find it for us. That is hilarious. So somewhere, some guy translated in the past, that was the answer.
yeah, it's on their website.
Okay, go ahead, Dustin.
Well, yeah, there's to both points to continue on Deneen's point, but first off, I'll stay with Sandy that, like Deneen said, when we know better, we do better. And there's lots of times where we're conveying to people, and this is what Yeshua did. When we're conveying to people, we're trying to explain to people. Sometimes I'll say Jesus just so the person who I'm talking to knows who I'm talking about. You know, just that being said, we will say Jesus, and we all kind of know who we mean. It's just like when we go, oh, Carpenter, Destin, Dustin, Justin. Well, yes, we know who you're talking about. So there's a little bit of encouragement. The flip side to that, to go on to what Deneen's saying, is also the utter importance of the name. Of it is important to know what that name is. Acts 4:12. This is huge. We're saved by the name. There's power in the name and the blood. Don't you think that it's very important to know what that name is? And it says that neither is there salvation in any other, for there is no other name under heaven given among men, for by which we are to be saved. Whoa, full stop. Hold the phone. There is no other name. There is one name. Don't you think it's very important that we know what that one name is? And you don't get this, like Deneen said, you don't get this in the English through what we have is a transliteration. That means it's not a direct translation from Hebrew to English. What we have is a transliteration. In other words, man's interpretation of what it should be got in the way. It is not a direct translation. That's all of our New Testament. What we have is a transliteration, not a direct translation. Because if you were to properly translate this verse, neither is there salvation in any other name, for there is no other name. There is one name. Oh my goodness, this is hugely important. that we should be pursuing this, that you should be acknowledging what that one name is. Because when you go back to Isaiah, go back to the Hebrew, and he says that in Isaiah 12 and many other places, but this is the first example, our best example, I believe. And in that day shall they say, Lord, a title like Nurse Deneen, I will praise thee, though you have been angry with me. Thine anger is turned away, and you comforted me. Behold, God, Yahweh, is my salvation. I will trust and not be afraid. For Yahovah, the Lord Yahovah, is my strength and my song. He has also become my salvation. And oh my goodness, there is salvation in no other name given among men, Acts 4:12. Now we're reverse engineering this to get the proper translation, not transliteration. Now you go to the Strong's Concordance, you go to the Hebrew on how to pronounce that name, salvation, and it says, behold, Yahweh is my Yeshua. So then you go back to Acts 4:12 of going, there is salvation in no other name. That is literally saying, there is no other name given among men other than Yeshua, my salvation. So if there's one name that we are to be saved, that Hebrew word is salvation. That Hebrew word is my Yeshua.
Let's go over to Eric and then you, Annie.
Oh, I was just going to point out for those who have struggles. So this is not my I don't get all fired up about this, but that's a me thing. That's not a you guys thing. You know, it's if some I totally get it. I totally get it. But when we're talking about to avoid the confusion, I find that using the term Christ tends to bridge this gap. Like for when you're trying to talk to somebody who's either stuck on the term Jesus or Yeshua or whatever, Christ seems to bridge the gap. So just going to throw that out there for anybody that is struggling with how to talk to others. Christ seems to cross that. That's all.
You, Annie?
Yeah. Earlier we came to agreement, what's true, that it's the heart condition matters. Now, when it comes to the name, Paul said, I rejoice, even those that preach a Christ of contention, because Christ is being preached. The point being, in the beginning, children, as was pointed out in the chat, will get our name wrong and we forgive them. When they're learning to talk, etc. Yeshua does the same thing. But if he puts up with us and we get the proper heart condition, then we want to know him. We want to produce his name and say it correctly. And what does he tell us in Matthew? Didn't I do all these many wonderful works? Didn't I, touch people's hearts? And what does he say? Get you hence. I never knew you, you with the law. This lawlessness. The point being, cream rises to the top. Cream is in the milk. But when the milk sits and the cream rises, the cream is gathered, and Yeshua is gathering the cream. And the cream is those with the heart condition enough to develop a personal relationship. Yes, he does miracles in the name of Jesus. He does miracles and he touches lives in the name of Jesus. And all of that, there's too much evidence to refute that. But he's looking for those that love him enough with a big enough heart condition to get to know him and have a personal relationship. And so it's not wrong to call him that or let others do it. The wrong point is not seeking to get that relationship and know him. So then you learn his proper name, and then you have the salvation. And
So
that's the point.
I agree. I do agree with it's a great point. I do agree, but here I want to ask you, if I just decide, I'm going to call Jesus, I'm not going to call him Jesus. I'm going to call him Robert. I'm going to call him Robert. I identify him as Robert. And I'm going to cast out demons in the name of Robert. What is the difference?
Paul.
I'm going to call him Robert. I'm going to cast out demons by Robert. I'm going to do this. Miracle works in the name of Robert, and it happened. It worked.
Matthew covers that. We do many mighty wonders works. Didn't we cast out demons? And he going to say, you did lawlessness. He will honor the truth and do something, but that does not mean you will be saved in the end. And he respects the one they're trying to do. It's like the people that were casting out demons. And they said, Christ I know, all I know, who are you? And then the demons attacked that person.
So sorry, you're cutting out, Annie, but I want to say I'm not arguing with you about like the relationship piece. And I agree wholeheartedly with you about the relationship piece.
I gotta turn off my video. Sorry, I'm back.
Yeah, I wonder if you turned off your camera.
I just did.
We lost you altogether, Annie. I was just going to say...
Yeah, I know it came back, and I'm back now.
Okay, good. Okay, talk.
The point being, he will honor it, but the bottom line is your heart condition with the name. And if you know the truth about the name and you just decide to say Robert, you are in rebellion. But if you don't know and you're taught Robert and you use Robert, he will give you that grace, giving you the chance to learn. But if you resist learning when the opportunity is given to you, that's when it becomes sin. But before then, it's not. It's the heart condition. Are you doing it in rebellion, or are you doing it out of honest lack of knowledge? And that's where he gives the grace. But when it turns to rebellion, you have learned the truth and you refuse, that's when you are not his any longer.
Okay.
I'm done.
I like the point about a personal relationship, but again, it says there's power, and I agree with you, Annie, and I like how you clarified that, and I'm glad you clarified what you said. We're going to go over to Destin here in just a minute. But I will say, if we know him as Jesus, we found the Bible as Jesus, but usually when you come into Torah, you learn that his name is not that. Then you need to start calling him by his proper name. So,
correct.
But the relationship piece is key, but the name is also important. Otherwise, there wouldn't be all these verses about being saved in the name, all of that. It's not a relationship issue. It is a name issue as well. Let's go over to Destin. Destin, you're on mute. Not sure.
I am familiarizing myself with the mute button, and also doing multiple things at once here. So I like to do this little exercise too. Given this point of yes, on one hand, we all know what we're talking about. Sometimes, like I said, we'll use Jesus just so, okay, we're talking about the Messiah of the Bible is the point, but also giving emphasis to once you do know his name, the importance of his name, and I'd like to do this little exercise too. Like if you were to imagine for a second, we've got a time machine because we all like do that little exercise of, oh man, who's the person that if you had the ability to, would you go back in time with and talk with? Right? Like just to get like, what did you actually see? Like, let's talk to the disciples and like, who did you actually see? What did he actually do? Let's not just the words that are written down, but in your own words and to hear it and be there. And you go back in time and you go, well, you know what? I'm going to go talk to the disciples. And you go, hey, I'm looking for that guy, that using our transliteration word, that Jesus guy. They would look at you like you had two heads. Who? You'd say that Jesus guy, oh, the letter J wasn't invented. So it would be that yay Zeus guy. Now, from the Greek translator back, you reverse engineer that phrase. That yea Zeus means hail or praise Zeus. And they would look at you and go, oh, you mean that temple of Apollo, that Zeus over there? He's over there in the temple of Zeus. That's the guy you're looking for. Oh my goodness, that's quite the polar opposite than if you were to go, oh no, that Messiah guy, you mean Yeshua, the salvation of the world. That's completely different. And knowing that there is one name given under heaven for by which men are to be saved, again, once you know better, you should do better and absolutely know what that one name is.
Very good. Okay, we did digress a little bit. Let's get back to the Torah portion. Let's talk. I want to talk about this word shmar, which is guard and protect. I think there's a good lesson in that. And so, Alex, are you prepared to finish reading the rest of chapter 5?
Yeah, certainly. So I think we got to verse 22, didn't we?
I think so. Yep. Take it
So,
away.
22. These words Yahovah spoke to all your assembly in the mountain from the midst of the fire, of the cloud and of the dense cloud with a loud voice. And he added no more. And he wrote them on 2 tablets of stone and gave them to me. And it came to be, when you heard the voice from the midst of the darkness, while the mountain was burning with fire, that you came near to me, all the heads of your tribes and your elders, and said, See, Yahovah our Elohim has shown us his esteem and his greatness, and we have heard his voice from the midst of the fire. Today we have seen that Elohim speaks with man and he lives. And now why should we die? For this great fire is consuming us. If we hear the voice of Yahovah our Elohim and more, then we shall die. For who is there of all flesh who has heard the voice of the living Elohim speaking from the midst of the fire as we have and lived? You go near and hear all that Yahovah our Elohim says, and speak to us all that Yahovah our Elohim says to you, and we shall hear and do it. And Yahovah heard the voice of your words when you spoke to me, and Yahovah said to me, I have heard the voice of the words of this people, which they have spoken to you. They have done well in all that they have spoken. Oh, that they had such a heart in them to revere me and to guard all my commands always, so that it might be well with them and with their children forever. Go, say to them, return to your tents, but you stand here by me and let me speak to you all the commands and the laws and the right rulings which you are to teach them, and they shall do them in the land which I am giving them to possess. And you shall guard to do as Yahovah your Elohim has commanded you. Do not turn aside to the right or to the left. Walk in all the way which Yahovah your Elohim has commanded you, so that you live and it be well with you, and you shall prolong your days in the land which you possess.
Thank you, Alex. I like that your version said guard. You know, some versions don't say that. And this is the Hebrew word I want to talk about, is to protect the commandments. To you see it in Deuteronomy 5, 6 to 10. Sometimes it says observe. Shmor is the Hebrew word, which means to protect, to guard. And then it says to do it. And in verse 15, lasaot, to do, to fulfill my Sabbath day. So I have a question for the men. For those that I do it every year, I show this picture. This is a real photo of a Vancouver woman getting mugged. If you were across the street, man, and you saw this, what would you do?
Step in and stop it.
Thank you. Yeah, you would step in and stop it for sure. What would you do if this was your wife?
That man wouldn't be standing very long, and he'd have some broken ribs.
Humanity is
Here.
awesome. Good. That was the response I was hoping for. And so this Torah thing, we are in charge to guard and we're to observe it. But more, it's a protection. It's a protection, a hear and do. And I like this imagery of a family outside of a home, and there's a severe thunderstorm, a dangerous hurricane thunderstorm type of storm. And how would they fare outside of the house? You know, they would fare better if they were inside the house, inside the protection versus outside the protection. And so this is protection within protection, because not only are we to guard the Torah and preserve it, but the Torah also protects us. If we keep his commandments, it also offers us protection. And I like that analogy. Let's go to Lance. And Destin, do you have your hand up, or did you have something to say, or was that from the last comment? You're on mute, Destin.
It's from the last comment, but I always have something to say. Go ahead.
Awesome. Okay, Lance.
This is a cool time to bring up that, to point out that God corrects those that he loves. So the pictures that you have here, it's kind of, I'm not knocking the pictures. It's people take it as, oh, you're in a relationship with God, then your life is rainbows and flowers and unicorns and everything is great and it's blessings and it's wonderful and all that. Well, that's not kind of what we get from the book. So if you're in a relationship with God, your life is constantly getting correction and you're constantly changing, and it's like a relationship, as someone here says. And so if your life is just perfect with nothing bad, then that's probably a bad sign. So I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, and I was just going to type it in the chat to echo what you're saying. It's not that the storms aren't going to come. This is why I use the analogy of a storm. The storms will come. And the only way you're going to get through that storm correctly is by the Torah, the protection of you stay firm, you stay on the path with the Torah through that storm. He doesn't say the storms won't come. It's like, when they come, I will be with you in the storm through it. So yeah, good point. Anyone else have a comment?
Well,
Eric.
in this life, you will suffer tribulation.
Yeah.
It says, you can expect the storm's going to come.
Eric.
So I hate to say this, but I don't even think we began to scratch the surface at the important part of chapter 5.
Correct.
But we've made the point. When I hopped on the call, we were talking about the marriage covenant, right? And we've talked about the marriage covenant. We've talked about the importance of the fact that we got divorced, and we being Israel. This chapter is where we find out that we are subjected to that marriage covenant, even though we were not present when it was made. And that's a huge point, because if we aren't subjected to it because we weren't there, then everything I've been talking about with regard to that is a moot point. So if you look at verse 3, it says, "The Lord did not make the covenant with our fathers, but with those of us who are here today, all of us who are alive." Now, all of them that are alive in Deuteronomy 5, were they all present at Mount Sinai? Were they even alive then? Or some of them who are alive were born after the fact?
Correct. They were born after the fact, some of them.
And so were all of us, is my point. This is the verse that makes it matter to us. We also were not present at Mount Sinai, and yet all of us here today who are alive are subjected to this through our membership in the club known as Israel. And so this is the verse that makes this matter to us. And this, to me, is the most important point within Deuteronomy chapter 5 for us to embrace and understand. And so to me, that I have one other point, but I just wanted to throw that one out there as because it ties to my whole talk on what is the most important thing. Because the most important thing doesn't matter to you if it doesn't apply to you. And this is the chapter where we find out it does apply to us. And so that's point number one. And I'll rest while whoever wants to talk to that, and then I'll make.
I want to comment on what you said, Eric. I agree with you with one kind of, for me, this was the most important to add, but it ties into that verse, was Deuteronomy 5:29. If you want to know a little piece of what Yahovah desires, or a little piece of him, when he speaks this verse, this is a romantic, passionate verse, is Deuteronomy 5:29. Oh, that there was such a heart in them, that they would fear me and keep all my commandments always, that it might be well with them, and not just with them, their children. We are the children. We are the generations after that. So yeah, it ties into that verse you said, Eric, because we weren't there. And this verse also speaks about the heritage and the lineage, that it may be well with them, with their children forever. And so I love, this is the heart of the matter for me, was the highlight, was Deuteronomy 5:29. As well as I want to highlight 1 John 3:24, and the one keeping his commandments abides in him, and he in him. And by this we know that he abides in us, by the Spirit which he gave to us. And 1 John 5:2 and 3. This is how we know we love the children of God, by loving God and carrying out his commands. In fact, this is love for God, to keep his commands, and his commands are not burdensome. So I love that. That's a good tie-in. Let's go over to Brandon.
Yeah, just to kind of tie in with chapter 5 and what Eric pointed out. Earlier we were talking about how, and I don't remember if this was whenever I was on the call or if my wife was on the call, but earlier it was talked about how the New Testament and the prophets, even, they don't add to the Torah, they clarify it. And I think that's illustrated further on here in Ephesians chapter 2. Legally speaking, and I misspoke earlier, I did say legally speaking, but I wasn't talking about contrary to the Torah. I was talking contrary to the dogmas of man at the time. Because culturally speaking, and we know this from Acts chapter 10, we know this from Romans 11, we know this from Ephesians chapter 2, which I'm about to get into, Gentiles and Jews did not mix well at all back then, due to traditions of man, again. And so, legally speaking, according to the traditions of man, Gentiles weren't allowed close to the temple. They were allowed in, but there was a wall of perdition that was put in between them and the court of the women. And then the further in you go, there's more walls and barriers, so to speak, both with man-made stuff and God stuff, which we don't need to get into right now. So legally speaking, and tying into Deuteronomy chapter 5, Ephesians chapter 2, and starting in verse 11, therefore remember that you, once nations in the flesh, who were called the uncircumcision by what is called the circumcision, made in the flesh by hands, that at the time you were without Messiah, excluded from the citizenship of Israel, and strangers from the covenants, plural, of promise, having no expectation and without Elohim in the world. But now, in Messiah Yeshua, you who were once far off have been brought near by the blood of the Messiah. For he is our peace, who has made both one, and having broken down the partition of the barrier, which is the wall of the court of the Gentiles in the temple, having abolished in his flesh the enmity, the Torah of the commands in dogma, so as to create in himself one renewed man from the two, thus making peace. And they, again, mentioned in verse 2, in chapter 2, verse 15, that's the man-made traditions that, no, you as a Jew are not allowed into a Roman centurion's house, and you'd better not share a meal with them, because that's somewhat of a covenant, because you have the threshold covenant, you have the salt covenant right there, the threshold being entering into the home. So that is what was abolished by Christ, and that's what I think allowed Peter. This explains Acts chapter 10 and 11 even further, because that's what Peter understood with his vision, that we aren't to call people common and unclean, and that we have always been able to, with a clean heart, with a willing heart, we've always been able to draw near to the Father, whether or not you're a Jew, sort of.
Thanks, Brendan. You cut out a little bit there at the end, but I think we got the gist of what you're saying there. Anybody else have any comments on this chapter? Good comments all around, everybody. I like it. Eric.
All right, and my second point is verse 4. The Lord talked with you face to face on the mountain from the midst of the fire. What? Anybody know what that's the problem? Anybody?
Well,
Anybody?
I won't answer. I'll be quiet. Anyone else want to answer him?
You did not see. No one's seen that.
Because Exodus 33:20 says, you cannot see my face, for no man shall see me and live.
But through Moses, Eric, he talked to Moses face to face, it said.
Did he?
Yes, he did.
Because that was also in Exodus 33.
But hold on. He talked to him face to face, not necessarily in the physical, but friend to friend. And so don't you think that, yeah, maybe Moses didn't see his face, but they talked friend to friend.
Well, so couple things.
Through Moses, then Moses translated that for the people.
Yeah, well, so here's my suggestion. Two possibilities, right? So if you see him face to face, which it says in that same, it says nobody can see me and live, and then just a couple verses later, as Deneen correctly brings up, it says he was speaking to him face to face like a man speaks to a friend, and the same thing comes up. Huh? Wait, what? So how can both things be true? Well, there are some people that think that at Mount Sinai, every time he spoke, they died and then were resurrected. That's a little crazy, but that's a possibility. And then the other possibility that will make people like Brandon and Lance and anybody who knows me and knows what gets under my skin super fast is to find Jesus, as we were talking about, to get everybody triggered, in every little thing. But the other possibility is in the verses where it's talking about seeing us face to face. He could have been manifest as Christ in that scenario. And in this particular case, the reason why that matters is that is one of the explanations for how Christ's death counts as the death of the husband, is if it in fact was Christ at Mount Sinai. That is how they were able to see him and hear him face to face and not die. So one of the possible explanations there that is super significant to this whole concept of being separated from the Father through idolatry, also known as adultery, and then being divorced and requiring the death of the husband in order to be reunited in the new covenant. One of the ways you get there is the suggestion that when he's talking about speaking to them face to face at Mount Sinai, that wasn't the Father, that was Christ. And so that's the manifestation of that. And then you get a direct connection to now his death clearly matters as the death of the husband, changing the status from adulteress to widower. And so that's how that suddenly becomes super important. And that's all in this verse also, or in this chapter rather. And so that's what leads me to believe the likely answer is that at Mount Sinai, they were observing the manifestation of Christ, and that's why they didn't die when they saw him face to face. And that's why the death of Christ counts as the death of the husband in the marriage covenant. And so that is how I get to that conclusion, because all the other ways you get there, I feel like you got to stretch to get there. That is, to me, the most direct explanation of how that works out.
Good explanation there, Eric. I like it. We have Ioanni, Brandon, and Lance. I don't see who was first. So yeah, let's go to Brandon and then Ioanni and then Lance.
You know, what's interesting, Katie, is I didn't think you were going to go there, but really awesome.
Nobody else knows me as KD, by the way. It's
yeah.
He's crossing the streams. He's talking about me.
Yeah, Eric, sorry.
How's your dad?
Yeah. So where I was thinking you were going is Exodus 19 and verse 23. And Moses said unto Yahweh, the people are not able to come up to Mount Sinai, for you warned us, saying, make a border around the mountain and set it apart. The people weren't up there on Mount Sinai. They were down below. So in Deuteronomy 5, when it says, and then we got to remember too, God was also represented and wrapped or appeared in a pillar of fire and a pillar of cloud. And we get in Exodus 20, where is it at? Exodus 20.
Well, you're looking for that.
21.
I hear you, Brandon, except for I do point out that verse 4 specifically says the Lord talked with you face to face on the mountain from the midst of the fire, referring to when giving the 10 commandments.
Yes. And so in Exodus 21, so the people stood at a distance, but Moshe drew near the thick darkness where Elohim was. And if I remember right, it might be after this, or it might be before this, but 70 of the elders went up there at one point too, along with Aaron. I know in this particular instance, they weren't there, but at one point,
but my point is, regardless on distance, the you in verse 4 is the people of Israel. And so ultimately here in verse 4, he's saying he spoke to the people of Israel face to face, regardless of distance, so on and so forth. And like I said, that is significant because of where it tells us that if he, the Father does that, the person can't live. And so the point being is, he seems to be very specific here that they saw him face to face in the scenario when they're receiving the 10 commandments at Sinai. And that's what suggests to me the manifestation that they are seeing face to face is likely Christ.
Agreed.
Well, and didn't Yeshua come to earth and we in the physical face to face? Like It points to it, is what I'm trying to
Well,
say.
he says he was here in the beginning, right? So and then of course
the physical. He was here in the beginning, but not in. He was here in the beginning as the words, as the light. But when he came to earth, it was in the physical, and this hasn't happened yet. So it points to it.
I would say that it suggests that possibly he did, right? And so a lot of these things, like this one that I'm bringing up now, like the Passover, whether or not that's physical or spiritually or whatever, there are multiple places that suggest that Christ is present, whether that is physically, spiritually, or if the spiritually is physically, just in a form that we perceive as fire, or that we perceive as the Father. The point I'm making is, he says quite clearly, we cannot see the Father and live. And then we get these verses where it says we saw him face to face and yet we didn't die. So that suggests what we saw face to face and perceived as the Father was in fact something else. And the thing that makes the most sense of what that something else could be, the representation of the Father that would count, would be the Son. And that's my point of why that seems to be the most rational, the most straightforward, and for me the most believable explanation on how it's not a contradiction when we get these verses that say we saw him face to face and didn't die.
I love it. It's a
I agree.
clarification. It's a clarification. And I love how the Torah, you see these little glimpses of Messiah everywhere. And this is one of them that you pointed out. It's great. You, Annie, and then Lance.
100% concur with Kosher Dad Eric. There's all over the Old Testament where God states, I am your Redeemer. But the kicker for me is Genesis 48. And it's verses 15 and 16. And Joseph was being blessed by his father, and he's meeting his grandsons. But verse 16, the angel which redeemed me from evil, bless the lads, and let my name be named on them. And the name of my fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Yeshua appeared in the Old Testament to Abraham. And here Jacob is saying, the angel that redeemed me. So Yeshua was an angel, and that's the angel that fought with Jacob. And that's the angel that Jacob worshiped in worshiping the Father, which was the Son that redeemed him back to the Father from the fall. So I concur. The scriptures are replete with it, but the fulcrum point is right here in Genesis, where Jacob identifies him as an angel. He's not, and then later, after he lives, he's not an angel anymore because he's resurrected and able to dwell in the everlasting fires. No man can see God the Father because God the Father is everlasting fire. And if you came to him, you would be destroyed because your body could not bear it until the Redeemer changes you that you can enter into his presence. That's why in Revelations it says the earth will be turned into a sea of glass and fire when the Father receives the kingdom. And all those that are not changed shall be burned and cast out. So it's in scriptures. Most people haven't taken them apart enough. But here it is, right there, the angel that redeemed me. So when Moses talked face to face, Moshe, he talked face to face to the Redeemer as an angel. And all that saw him face to face saw the Redeemer as an angel, as Abraham did, as Isaac did, as Jacob did. Anyway, I rest my point.
Hey, Lance.
Okay, cool. And thank you for looking up that verse at some point. Let me say something real quick over this, and then we'll get to Just building on what Eric said. He made an excellent point. I'm just kind of giving some more context on it. Jesus himself in John 5:37 and in John 6:46 says that no one has seen the Father except he who is from the Father. He has seen the Father. So Jesus, it's only one witness though. It's only John. As far as I can tell, but Jesus himself says no one has seen God. So either Jesus is lying, or we have corrupt text, which we could go there. But that is an interesting data point that Jesus is probably telling the truth, that no one has seen the Father. But we do have the verses of what did they see? Who did they see? Because they do say that. So Deneen, I asked her, thank you for pulling that up, Genesis 19:24. I'm reading out of the scriptures, and this is when they're on Sodom and Gomorrah, when that's happening. And Yahuwah rained sulfur and fire on Sodom and Gomorrah from Yahuwah out of the heavens. So Yahweh rained on Sodom and Gomorrah brimstone and fire from Yahweh out of the heavens. We have two. One is up there where we're not seeing him, and one is down there talking to Abraham. I don't know at that point. So there's two Yahwehs, just like there's two, I don't know, what's the example? Xander, what's the example where it's like there's a father and a son, and they're both named the same thing, and one's Junior, It's so
Yeah,
that one of them.
I have a son. My name is Steve. His name is Steve.
Yeah. So there's two Steves here. There's two Yahwehs, and we know the other one later as Jesus or Yeshua or Yehoshua or salvation. So that's kind of, there's only one of these verses though. So I'm kind of building on one verse. So, take that with a grain of salt. But yeah, I just want to point out that, so we could be reading, you saw Yahweh, but which one did you see? Which, the Father or the Son? That's what I'm pointing out here that requires deeper investigation. So yeah, that's it.
Which form? Because that's actually an interesting point. And maybe if we have time at the end, I don't even know if I could get into the teaching of it about the word was with God and God, like about Yeshua in the beginning. And someone gave a really good analogy of this that I'd never heard before. And it's kind of like taking a piece of light, and it kind of ties into what you were saying, Lance, but I won't get into it now because let's go over to Brandon and then you, Annie.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Oh shoot. Yeah,
video.
Yeah, you're breaking up there, Brandon. Shoot. Yeah, sorry, we cannot hear you at all. Yeah. No audio. Let's go over to you, Annie.
That's an excellent point Lance made about a father and a son. But when a king has a prince, the prince goes out and does everything as the king, because there's no higher authority if the king sent the prince and there's nobody there but the prince. Well, that's what the Father did. Yeshua said, I do nothing except those things that please my Father. I do nothing of myself. And so he was carrying out the Father's business. And in Revelation, the angel was talking in the first person to John, and John got down to worship him, and the angel stopped and says, wait a minute, I'm a fellow servant. Even though he was talking as if he was God, he was giving the message exactly as it was given to him, and John made the mistake of assuming it was God. Yeshua, giving the messages that the Father gave him in the exact wording that the Father gave it, people assume that he was God, just as John assumed that angel was the Father. And so we have to understand the Father sent out his Son to do a work. And this earth and saving us and all of this is the Father's work, but it is the Son doing it all. And then when it is all done, what are we told in Revelation? Then I will present the kingdom to my Father when he comes. And when the Father comes, he's coming as an all-consuming fire. And so the thing is, these things are in Scripture, but you have to put the puzzle pieces together to understand it. And the Son is acting exactly as, because he is going to be the king, but he is not the king yet until all things are done, and he presents it to the Father. And the Father says, now you are king over this kingdom that you have made. I give it to you. Anyway, I'm finished at this point for now.
Thanks, you, Annie. Okay, I need a volunteer to read chapter 6, unless there's any more comments. It's too bad that we're having some connection issues today. But there's some great discussion going on. And so Brandon, you wrote it in the chat. The Father is outside
chapter
time.
6.
You'll take chapter 6. Thanks, Patricia. Christ spoke with Moses at the Mount of Transfiguration. There was a bright light involved, and Moshe came down with his face shining. Yeah, great point. Okay, Patricia, you get a special blessing, Patricia, because you get to read the Shema. Are you ready?
Good.
Here we go.
Now, yeah. Now this is the commandment, and these are the statutes and judgment which the Lord your God has commanded to teach, that you may observe them in the land which you are crossing over to possess, that you may fear the Lord your God, to keep all his statutes and his commandments, which I command you and your son and your grandson, and all the days of your life, and that your days may be prolonged. Therefore, hear, O Israel.
Hold on.
And be careful.
Hold on, Patricia. What's that Hebrew word for hear that you just read? What? Shema. Yeah, thank you.
Therefore, Shema, O Israel, and be careful to observe it, that it may be well with you, and that you may multiply greatly, as the Lord God of your fathers has promised you, a land flowing with milk and honey.
Here we
Shema,
go.
the Lord our God, the Lord is one. You shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your strength. And these words which I command you today shall be in your heart. You shall teach them diligently to your children, and shall talk of them when you sit in your house, when you walk by the way, and when you lie down, and when you rise up. You shall bind them as a sign on your hand, and they shall be as frontlets between your eyes. You shall write them on your doorposts of your house and your gates. So it shall be, when the Lord your God bring you into the land of which he swore to your fathers, to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, to give you large and beautiful cities which you did not build, houses full of all good things which you did not fill, hewn out wells which you did not dig, vineyards and olive tree which you did not plant, when you have eaten and are full. Then beware lest you forget the Lord who brought you out of the land of Egypt from the house of bondage. You shall fear the Lord your God and serve him, and shall take oaths in his name. You shall not go after any gods, the gods of the people who are all around you. For the Lord your God is a jealous God among you, lest the anger of the Lord your God be aroused against you, and destroy you from the face of the earth. You shall not tempt the Lord your God as you tempted in Massah. You shall diligently keep the commandments of the Lord your God, his testimonies and his statutes which he commanded you. And you shall do what is right and good in the sight of the Lord, and it may be well with you, and that you may go in and possess the good land of which the Lord swore to your fathers, to cast out all your enemies before you, as the Lord has spoken. When your son asks you in time to come, saying, what is the meaning of the testimonies, the statutes, and the judgment which the Lord your God command you? Then you shall say to your son, we were slaves of Pharaoh in Egypt, and the Lord brought us out of Egypt with mighty hand. The Lord shewed signs and wonders before our eyes, and severe against Egypt and all his household. He then brought us out here, that he might bring us in to give us the land of which he swore to our fathers. And the Lord commanded us to observe all these statutes to the fear of the Lord our God, for our good always, that he might preserve us alive as it is this day. Then it will be righteous for us if we are careful to observe all these commandments before the Lord our God he has commanded us.
Thank you, Patricia. Lance.
Patricia, I love you reading, by the way. It's so great.
Thank you.
I wanted to touch on the Shema with gates, if I can do that. So that word is sha'ar, which is H8179, and I started to do a paper on it, but it's such a deep dive that I haven't got extremely far, but it's basically it doesn't mean your house. And Eric has a wonderful teaching about this. We even have it on the YouTube channel. But I wanted to point out that it is not your house. It's used like 374 times in the Bible, and I've counted it on the Strong's website, and I can only get to like 290 or something, and that's where my progress stopped because I can't. It's like I'm not gonna present wrong information, so it's over at least 200 times in there. And the only places in the Bible that I can find that it's actually your house for this word is in three examples. It's Judges 19:22, Genesis 19:6, and Job 31:32. And one of them is where it's Lot in the house and they're banging on the door. That is gates where they're banging on the door. But basically, this word is always somewhere out in the public, somewhere in the town. And you guys know Proverbs 31, where the Proverbs 31 woman, where's her husband? He's at the city gates. It's the same word. It's every single time gates is used, it's not your house. So I just wanted to point this out and plus this is like the Matthew 5:17 thing where I did not come to abolish, but it's not the same word. It's not the same definition. They're like almost opposites. So over here for the Shema, it's you shall write them on the doorposts of your house and on your gates. They're different. So I just wanted to kind of point that out here. So that's it.
That's good. Yeah, I'm realizing some of my slides are kind of old because I know Eric's going to have and you, Lance, are going to have something to say when I get there. That's for sure. Because we're going to talk about the mezuzah and this, that, and the other thing.
But then remember, we always speak of the house, that it is the house of God. So Lance is correct.
Yeah, very good. I love to point out some anomalies, and when we get this, there's a really cool thing. This is the Shema right here. That is just this phrase here that in verse 4, hear, O Israel, Yahovah our God is one, Yahovah, and if you is one, sorry, at the end there. This is, you can see on the screen at the bottom on the far right, it looks like a Y. It's a massive ayin. And then on the very last, there's this massive dalet. And that's really cool. There's lots of theories about what that means and why that is. But I love these big letters, small letters, anomalies. Can you command someone?
What is the last word?
Ehad, one.
Ehad. So is it Shema, Israel?
Yeah. Shema, Israel. Yahovah,
Eloheinu. Eloheinu.
Yes.
Eloheinu.
Yes.
Yahovah.
Yahovah, Ehad.
It's okay. That's the.
And
I'm getting to that Hebrew. Ouch.
Yeah, you did great, Patricia. You recognized it. That's great. Yeah. And so, here's just a little quick insight, like maybe, I'm not saying I'm right, but when you look at what the Hebrew letter ayin is, it's C with eyes. Okay, so there's a big C with eyes there, which also means understanding. And then the last letter here is a door. And if you put those two letters together, that big ayin and that big dalet, it becomes ed. It's pronounced ed in Hebrew. And if you punch in this yud and dalet into Google Translate, sometimes you have to do it reverse, but it will come up this way. Means witness. Means witness. I think that's kind of cool. And I'm sure you guys could come up with some spiritual implication of a witness. And so if we do a little, if you permit me, let's do a little experiment. So here you have the big ayin over here and the big dalet at the end. What if we were to just do a little experiment and just make just a little bit of a change? And when I mean little bit of a change, I mean a real little bit of a change. Let's just cut the tail of that off just a little bit. If we cut that little end off, it becomes a different Hebrew letter. Do you know what Hebrew letter it makes? It makes a resh. And so if you were to then do that, you know what you get? Perhaps another. So for me, it's just further evidence that no, not perhaps another. He's like, hear, O Israel, not another Israel, not a church, not a religion, but Israel. You get it for eternity. So I like that. We cannot change one jot or one tittle. These letters are written exact. So as we enter through the door, we see deeper through our eyes, our understanding, promoting the light of Yeshua, the light of Torah, and promoting the truth, and that's being a good witness. Isaiah 43:10, you are my witnesses, says Yahovah, and my servant whom I've chosen, that you may know and believe me and understand that I am he. Before me there was no God formed, neither shall there be after me. So let's talk about this mezuzah thing. And so there's these mezuzahs, if you've never heard of one, they're written on all Jewish homes in Israel. They're in the hotel I stayed with. They're even on every single hotel room door in Israel. There's a mezuzah over the door. And Eric, not to pick on you, but I'd like you to kind of talk about this, because you had mentioned something that it's deeper than just putting the little mezuzah on your door. Although there's nothing wrong with putting a mezuzah on your door, but in this mezuzah, it contains the Shema. And so, and the Jews will nail this mezuzah to their door. So saying, is this the great commandment, or what is this about? And if you want to know, mezuzah is a Hebrew word for doorpost. It's Strong's 4201, and you can see that in verse 9. If you want to see the Hebrew word mezuzah, it's doorpost. And so, Eric, can I just ask you, what is this mezuzah thing all about?
Yeah, that's a loaded question. Of course, obviously we've identified that I can talk for a minimum of 3 hours on this. I will refer everybody back to that video, which is the first video posted on the YouTube channel.
But summarize it.
But I'm going to go. Yeah, I'll go into a summary real quick. So to summarize, I would point out that the first thing we need to understand is Christ was asked, what's the most important thing? And he points us to the Shema. So that's basically his answers. The Shema is the most important thing. So, getting the name, there's lots of things that are important, but that was, no kidding, his answer to what is the most important thing. So we're talking about something super, super important. I now conclude that the fulfillment of putting this on the doorposts of your house is in fact the blood of the Passover lamb or goat. I obviously went to great lengths to make that connection in the 3-hour version of my answer to this. But interestingly enough, as we were going over here, notice that within Deuteronomy 6, he's suddenly bringing up the Passover, right? So
Yeah.
just in case we're wondering, how closely is this tied to the Passover? Within Deuteronomy 6 itself, when we get the Shema, he brings up the story of the Passover. He brings up Pharaoh and so on and so forth, not unlike Paul does, leading up to the verses where he gives us grafted in, thereby causing me to get to the conclusion that the act of getting grafted in is the keeping of the Passover, which we see in Exodus 12, verse 48. But that being said, this mezuzah thing, I do not think that there is anything wrong with putting the Shema on the doorpost of your house as a reminder. It's a beautiful tradition that that people that I know who are Jewish will touch it, kiss their hand, and touch it every time they walk through a doorway, and so on and so forth. And certainly, when we look at so many of the points of why we are to keep the Passover and the other feasts and so on and so forth, is to remember him and not to forget him. And it brings that up again and again and again, and it brings it up in this chapter as well. That is certainly helpful for us to remember him, to have it be a constant reminder. I would argue the fulfillment is actually the blood on the doorpost, which you can also see all year long after putting that on. But yeah, I don't think there's any issue. In fact, I have had these on my door before, and I will have them on my door again as I continue to move around. But I think the big thing that we really want to get from this is we want to understand that we cannot pay enough attention to this. This was his answer. What's the most important thing? And so getting the connection from Christ's answer there to this chapter and these verses known as the Shema, and making the connection to the Passover and all the things that go along with that, I obviously have reached a point where I think that is an absolute critical understanding, and I hope that answers what you wanted me to talk about real quickly without talking for 3 hours.
Yeah, no, that's great. And because I have seen a teaching before where and I'll just share the slides to kind of, these are just some things I copied from, is that it's kind of representative of Messiah hung, right? Because he's the word and you have the word, okay? On, and so it kind of, right? And so there's a lot of speculation about what this is and what we should we put them on our doorposts? What does it symbolize? But it just to provoke some discussion. So yeah. Anybody else have any thoughts on this chapter? This is a great chapter, chapter 6. This is where we have some great things. Is everybody tired and want a music break? Eric.
I actually have one other thing that I think is an important point to bring up, because if you haven't heard anybody that has reached this conclusion, you will. What I'm about to suggest, I reject wholeheartedly, and that is verse 1. Verse 1 says, "Now this is the commandment, and these are the statutes and judgments which the Lord your God has commanded to teach you, that you may observe them in the land which you are crossing over to possess." And so if you haven't run into somebody who has reached the conclusion that we are only to do this stuff when we are in the land, may I suggest that you don't get out enough. You will find somebody that thinks that. I reject that conclusion. And I arrive at the conclusion that we're supposed to be showing Christ that we love him by keeping his commandments regardless of where we are located. And I think there is verse after verse after verse after verse after verse that would suggest that. So my point is, I think this is just stating the obvious. You're supposed to be doing it in the wilderness, and you're about to go into the promised land, and you shouldn't stop. You should do it while you're there as well. And then I think you could take it a step further, and we just saw that he was going to scatter them, which he obviously did. And then we find out in Deuteronomy 30 later on that after we've been scattered, he wants us to start doing this stuff when we turn back to him and repent. And so I see this as a reminder of, yes, when you're in the land, I still want you to keep doing this stuff. Not you can only do it when you're in the land. So I do not reach that conclusion. Anybody who is dabbling in this will no doubt run across a teaching that reaches that conclusion, and that's why I wholesale reject that conclusion and think that this is just a reminder of, hey, when you're in the land, don't stop, keep doing it. When I kick you out of the land, don't stop, keep doing it. After you get away from me, turn back to me, don't stop, keep doing it. And I think that lines up perfectly with, if you love me, keep my commandments. I rest.
Awesome. Thank you, Eric. I want to talk about 12 and 13. So whenever, but let's go, Lance, you were first. So let's go over to you.
Just building on his point real quick. If someone says that you're only supposed to keep these commands in the land of Israel or Canaan, wink wink, I guess the tribes of Reuben, Gad, and the half tribe of Manasseh who they settle outside of the land of Canaan. I guess they don't have to do Torah, right?
Ooh, that's a
So
good point.
that's an interesting thought. And I was going to bring that up over the land of Israel, land of Canaan thing, but this is a good time to bring that up. So I guess
Now you're just poking at Patricia. You're just taunting her.
Eric, you missed it. I brought up that land isn't Israel, it's Canaan, and we will duel it out. No, that'd be fun. It's gonna be fun. So yeah, that's it.
Very good. Very good. Okay. I want to know your guys' thoughts on 12 and verses 12 and 13. Let me just recap. You shall be on guard that you not forget Yahovah. So that to me implicates that he doesn't want us to forget. He wants us to remember, right? Who brought you, and then he clarifies here, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slaves. You shall fear Yahovah your God, and you shall serve him, and you shall swear by his name, is what my English version says. I think Patricia said oath. So can someone, okay, we just finished talking about the name and not to take his name in vain. So what's going on here? What is he meaning here by you shall, and you shall swear by his name? That Hebrew word is Shaba. So any thoughts on that? I'm asking.
Took me a while to unmute. Sorry.
Thanks, you Annie. Thanks for
Yeah.
answering my call, you Annie.
Huh?
Thanks for answering my call.
Yeah. The thing is, there's scriptures, and I can't refer them now because my computer's dead. But the thing is, the Lord says in many times, swear unto your hurt. And at Mount Horeb, he had the people swear a covenant. And then God, there's scripture, I can't remember where it comes to I swear in the name of God because there's no other name higher. When you swear, you bind yourself. In fact, that's why God says, Yeshua says, swear not by anything, because if you break it, you've covenanted before God, and then you've committed a sin by breaking that covenant. So when you swear, God wants you to swear to him to keep the things that he wants done, and then you enter into that relationship where he chastens, corrects, you correct yourself, you go again, he chastens the mistake, you correct yourself. So that is it. But to swear just casually and then break it and forget it and not worry, you've just damned yourself. So when he wants us to make a covenant, we're swearing by God. In that covenant, we're swearing to our own hurt. And as the other scriptures say, we need to not swear, only say yes or no or something like that, unless we're willing to keep it. And the only thing that is forgivable to swear like that is the covenant with the Lord, because when you do it with him, he will keep correcting you to correct you in that chastening so you can improve. And as long as you're doing that, you're acceptable.
So you,
But
Annie, what are
any
you
other type
saying?
of swearing,
Are you saying then it would be
what?
like are you saying, you, Annie, that it would be like a marriage vow, you know, where you take a vow,
Exactly.
you then can't, you know, you're committed to that, to those words that you took.
That is correct.
You can't go a whoring. You can't go a cheating.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. So it don't swear unless you're serious, unless you're entering into the marriage covenant. And then once you're in that covenant, you have to be willing to be chastened, corrected, as a loving husband would correct his wife. A good loving husband. Let me qualify that.
Or a wife correct her husband.
Yes and no. See,
To be a good azer,
the
to be a
wife,
good azer.
right, right. Actually, the wife, rather than corrects him, she does it by shaming him into it. Because you have to have a leader, and the leader can't be corrected, but he can be directed.
Oh, okay.
See, if you try and correct, then you are trying to be a leader. That's like us trying to correct God, and we can't direct him or correct him. But husbands, we're men, we're fallible, so we should be directed. And helpmeet, the word helpmeet means to provide what the other cannot. And so the man, he's deficient. He's not perfect, but the woman is to follow her leader, but also help him in his deficiencies, but doing it in a different way, not by directing him in leadership, but by correcting him with gentleness and patience. And because actually, when a woman does her thing right, a man will kill himself to become for her. But when she tries to put on a man's pants, then you have war. So
Yeah,
it's a delicate relationship. But yes, the woman is to see to the man, and they are equal, not in leadership, but in their job together. That's why they become one flesh. Anyway, my 2 cents in Indian point of view.
Thank you for clarifying, you, Annie. Let's go over to Eric.
Well, I suspect where you're trying to go with that, Deneen, is there's somebody who said don't take an oath. So here in Deuteronomy 6, we get you shall take an oath.
Yeah.
And then there's a certain other character in the book in Matthew chapter 5 that says do not. Is that where you were going?
Yes, correct.
And apparently I broke my Blue Letter Bible app, so I had to delete it and re-download it. Oh my goodness. So Matthew chapter 5. I lost it. Does anybody have the verse? Scrambling with technical difficulties.
I'm trying to find it.
You described the verse. That's the.
Let your yes be yes and your no be no.
I think it's Matthew 5.
It is, Matt. It's absolutely 5. I know that. I'm looking here. Yes, yes. No, no. Search. No, stupid. Now I'm on the stupid King James, so it's yay, yay, nay, nay. Jeez, hold on.
That's the one.
Hold on, but it's not getting me to the right verse. Who's got
37.
37. All right. I'm like, oh my gosh, no, I can't even do my normal search thing.
Yeah. That's it.
All right. How do you guys deal with King James? Let your communication be yea, yea, nay, nay, for whatever more cometh of evil. Yikes.
I can't even read it.
So it says, where is it? Let me see. Here it is. 34. But I say unto you, swear not at all, neither by heaven, nor God's throat. And so anyway, so it can certainly come across that Christ is given something new. We were told in Deuteronomy 6, you shall take oaths in his name. And then here we've got Christ basically saying, you shall not. Um, and so I think you have to go to context. And I think what Yuani was talking about, it hits the nail on the head of we get warnings throughout the Torah and throughout the text about the implications of breaking an oath that we take with God. And I think it is safe to assume that's what Christ is getting at in Matthew chapter 5 when he says, don't swear an oath. Just let your yes be yes and your no be no. Why? Because what's being described in context around there in chapter 5 is people that are using God's name in order to invoke a seriousness that doesn't belong there, especially in the case when somebody is intentionally trying to deceive and they're invoking in God's name so that you will take it seriously. And I think it is safe to say that's what Christ is warning about. He's warning about, hey, you got to take this oath thing seriously because I can assure you my Father is going to take it seriously, and you don't want the repercussions of blowing it off after you do that. And so I think, and I think that comes up a lot. And I think it's one of those things you got to understand full context, because otherwise Christ absolutely looks like he's contradicting Deuteronomy chapter 6, and he absolutely looks like he's doing something new. And once you get to that conclusion that he can contradict the Torah, then it's off to the races with Christianity.
Awesome. Good point, Eric. Destin.
Yeah, just while we're on this topic of one possibility of what it means to swear an oath versus not swearing an oath, I'd like to bring this up again. The Hippocratic Oath is one of the most ancient, oldest oaths still only used today. It states that this Hippocratic Oath is an oath of ethics taken by doctors, one of the most widely known Greek medical texts in its original form. It requires a doctor to swear by a number of healing gods to uphold specific ethics standards, or the oath is the earliest expression of medical ethics in the Western world. And it goes on to say that it swears by Apollo, Syphilis, and Hygienia the healer, that I will carry out this oath and this indenture. So, not to mention Revelation 18:23, that all the world would be deceived through pharmakia, or maybe swearing an oath to false gods, which is what invokes the fire of God, because he says if you worship these other gods, you will be destroyed with fire. Now, all of these things that are happening in our today's world have everything to do with this concept of do not swear an oath before Yahovah.
Very good, Eric. And that, Destin, that'll tie in beautifully to chapter 7. We're talking about the love story. Now we're going to talk about a little bit. So don't go after another wife. Okay.
I was just going to point out regarding the Hippocratic Oath, what Destin said is correct and incorrect. It's only incorrect in that the medical schools are actually no longer using it. Did you know that, Destin? They refuse to use it.
It depends on where you are. Yeah, absolutely.
Do you know why they refuse to use it? Because do you think they have any problems with praying to Greek gods?
Why is that?
Because within the Hippocratic Oath, the only people, the only thing regular people know is the do no harm part, and then they're slightly aghast by the praying or to the Greek gods and so on and so forth. But the reason why the demons won't take the Hippocratic Oath anymore is because within the Hippocratic Oath, despite all the idolatry, is you cannot do abortion.
Ah, yes.
No kidding. That's their problem with it. They don't have problem with idolatry. They don't have a problem with pharmakia, as you well know. They have a problem with saying you can't kill babies. So that's in the Hippocratic Oath as well. That's probably the only good thing in the Hippocratic Oath. But anyway, yeah, just that you may notice if you see videos of medical schools taking an oath with their graduates, it is no longer the Hippocratic Oath. And you know good and well that it's because they are not going to take an oath to refuse to do abortions.
They're sneaky
Crazy.
buggers.
Yeah,
Oh,
off topic, but you brought up the Hippocratic Oath, and anytime that comes up, I feel obligated to make that point. I rest.
good. Good. Where is everybody at? Do you guys want to power through 11 verses of chapter 7 and end, or do you want a 5-minute break? Someone give me some feedback.
I don't know. Let's just do it.
Let's just do it. Power through. Okay, chapter 11 or chapter 7. I need a reader. Who wants to read it?
I'll do it.
Thanks, Nicole.
Okay, just the first 11 chapters?
Yep, just the first 11 verses.
When the Lord thy God shall bring thee to the land into which you go to possess it, you shall cast out many nations before you. The Hittite, the Girgashi, the Amori, the Canaanite, the Perizzite, the Hivi, the Yebusi, 7 nations greater and mightier than you. And when the Lord your God shall deliver them before you, you shall smite them, and then you shall devote them to utter destruction. You shall make no covenant with them, nor show mercy to them, neither shall you make marriages with them. Their daughter you shall not give to his son, nor shall you take his daughter to your son. For they will turn away from your son from following me, and that they may serve other gods. So will the anger of the Lord be inflamed against you, and he will destroy you speedily. But thus shall you deal with them. You shall destroy their altars, and break down their images, and cut down their asherim, and burn their carved idols with fire. For you are a holy people to the Lord your God. The Lord your God has chosen you to be a special people to himself, above all peoples that are upon the face of the earth. The Lord did not set his love upon you or choose you because you were more in number than any people, for you were the fewest of all peoples, but because the Lord loved you, and because he would keep the oath which he had sworn to your fathers. Thus the Lord brought you out with a mighty hand and redeemed you out of the house of bondmen, from the house of Pharaoh, the king of Egypt. Know therefore that the Lord your God, he is God and faithful, the faithful God who keeps covenants and troth with those who love him and keep his commandments to the 1,000 generations, and repays them that hate him to their face to destroy them. He will not be slack to him that hates him. He will repay him to his face. You shall therefore keep the commandments and the statutes and the judgments which I command you this day to do them.
I love it. That's it. That's it. That's our Torah portion, you guys. I noticed, Nicole, in the version that you were reading from, verse 6 says, for you are a holy people to Yahovah your God. Yahovah your God has chosen you to be his own. What did yours say?
Special people to himself.
Special people. I looked up that word. And ironically, we did the Psalmic today, and it begins with the Psalmic, but it's Segula, and it is a possession, treasure, special possession. And actually in the Hebrew, it's more like it's a special treasure. And so I like that. I really like that. And it just shows that we are chosen. It also referred we're chosen. We're valued, sort of thing. So I really like that. Eric.
Yeah, I was just going to say this brings it back full circle to Deneen's point about, this is a love letter. This is about relationship. Excellent point. I don't know where she got that, but but it ends strong, right? So it gets us back to the point that Deneen was making when I jumped on the call. in verse 9 and 10 there. And the 10 is the part that you don't want to leave out, right? Because Christianity is God is love. It's all lovey-dovey, lovey-dovey, lovey-dovey stuff, right? And if we get back to this relationship, if we get back to the model, the very, very most simplistic method or way to describe it is, if you love me, keep my commandments. Those whom I love, I will chasten and correct. Then we have the humility piece again, and we try again. If we get it down to that most simplistic part, verse 9, therefore know that God is your God, that the Lord your God, he is God. He's a faithful God who keeps covenant. So that's part of, he's our rock and our foundation. He changes not. He doesn't rug sweep us and come up with a whole new set of rules known as Christianity. And mercy for 1,000 generations. He will give mercy for 1,000 generations with those who love him. And just to reemphasize, if we didn't understand what it means to love him, is to keep his commandments. And it doesn't say if you keep my commandments perfectly. It says, and I would say the word that we could accurately in context add to this, just to help our context, not to add or subtract, obviously, is try to keep his commandments, because there's an implication of perfection if we don't keep inserting that. And the mercy part is his part, where he says, those whom I love, I will chasten and correct. So that's why the understanding of we're trying to keep his commandments, because as we mentioned before, the heart condition that we want to, that is how we demonstrate our love to him. And the way he demonstrates our love to him is through this mercy he's talking about, of chastisement and correction and instruction to us to try to do better. But the part you don't want to leave out of this equation is verse 10. What happens if you tell him to go pack sand? I don't want to be in the relationship. Then he repays those who hate him, and that's the opposite of love is hate. And so if you choose not to keep his commandments, you are communicating to him that you hate him. And then he says, I will destroy them. I will not be slack with him who hates him, and I will repay him to his face. And as we've already discussed, getting face to face with him might not be where you want to end up. So anyway, the part that I think is really important to re-emphasize, and no shocker that this is how the Torah portion ends, given the importance of what Deneen was talking about earlier about how this is really a love letter and this is a relationship and on all of that, as opposed to what I was joking about, a set of orders you're supposed to follow. It's about a relationship, and he's got mercy, and he openly gives us all the invitation. That's where, he gives us all the invitation, but he also gives us the ability to deny him. He gives us the free will to say, I don't want to be in this relationship. But make no mistake, if that's the choice that we make, that has consequences, and that's that second part in verse 10, which we don't want to skip over, about how this relationship goes. But if you think about that for a second, for those who are the atheists that don't believe he exists and don't want any part to do with him anyway, well, as Yuani has, I'll give him credit here, pointed this out, is he loves us so much that he will give us the desire of our heart. And if the desire of our heart is to not be in the relationship with him, that's how much he loves us. He will grant us that. That has consequences, make no mistake, but that is, if we are to have free will or agency, or whatever word you want to use to describe it, and as Lance points out, it just hurts me every time. Lance, I'm gonna give Lance the credit for this. If you don't have the other option, then it doesn't exist. And so why does evil exist? Because we have to have another option. If we don't have another option, then we can't choose God. So there's a point. And so here's just once again where he points out we have a choice to be in the relationship or not. And it clearly, as Deneen points out, this is a love letter. He clearly wants us to be in the relationship, but he loves us enough to let us go. And he describes that as well. And so we can't just do the lovey-dovey, wishy-washy, God is love, and there's never any consequences for anything. There's quite clearly some consequences, and he sums it up quite succinctly in these last few verses. I rest.
Yeah, that's good, Eric. I agree with everything you said there, with one little change, and that's trying. I always say trying is lying. Do or do not. And so what the key for me is, it's not about trying, it's about do it with your whole heart. It's like that 2-year-old that makes his bed. At least he's doing it he's putting everything into it with his whole heart. Yes, there's wrinkles, the pillows aren't exactly straight, but he's doing it with his whole heart. So I like what you said with just that little addition.
Yeah, and I totally agree, and and what that says to me is you understood my point.
Yes.
And the reason it's important, and maybe try isn't the best word to use there, but the reason it's important to make a distinction there is because so many are taught the lie that if they don't get it perfectly, then it doesn't count. It absolutely counts. And for exactly the analogy you were saying. And the lie that so many are taught in various churches and places is you can't do it. And because you can't do it, you shouldn't try. And that's why, I guess that's why I use the word try there. It's the effort matters. Obviously, as we've been talking about all day long, heart condition matters. And I just like to make the distinction there is and continue to emphasize he never had an expectation that we were supposed to be perfect. He never had an expectation that he wouldn't love us if we didn't do it perfectly. That was never part of the equation as clearly delineated in his love language to us that we find in the Proverbs. Those whom I love, I chasten and correct. His love language is based on the assumption that we will make mistakes, not on the assumption that we need to get it perfect in order to receive his love. And I think that is the part that is wholeheartedly missed by the vast majority. And it turns into a deceptive teaching that because you can't do it perfectly, you shouldn't even try. Arrest.
Very good. Lance.
So I have a different point, like on a different topic. I'm going to go into biblical manhood, biblical womanhood, but just a little building on that. I've heard it talked about and taught that like how we're trying, like if a father tells a child to clean the room or like, hey, draw a picture, and the little kid draws a picture and it's like a 2-year-old draws a picture and it's horrible. It's like, oh, great, God will be pleased that the little kid is trying. The father's pleased that the little kid is trying. That's great. Like we're all just trying. We're not perfect, and we're just trying. That's great. But the point, like I thought of something the other day, and is my goal to draw like a 2-year-old? Is my goal to clean like a 2-year-old? Is my walk, if I'm at a 2-year-old level, is that good enough for me? No, the goal is to improve. So yeah, try. Yeah, we need to try, but we need to take his correction and we need to the goal needs to be we need to keep improving. That's my personal goal for me. I guess it's I don't want to be a 2-year-old forever with this. So I want to keep improving.
You
excellent.
don't want to be Lance, to your point, you don't want to be a 14-year-old still making your bed like a 2-year-old.
Yeah,
You're
it's
14.
yeah, we're trying, but I don't want to use this as an umbrella that we can't improve actually. It's yes, he wants us to try, and yes, he'll correct us and all that, but I don't want to hide behind, oh, I can't be perfect, so screw it. I'm just kind of doing Sukkot like I'm not really camping and I'm not really we're eating clean, but is that kosher milk really clean? Like I don't want to look, hear no evil, see no evil. Like I don't, the goal is to improve. Like and that's kind of the point I want to make. And I have a different topic, but Yuani, is this on this? You can stay on it if this is about this.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
You know, I never thought I would catch Eric in the nomenclature thing. He's so precise and he's always getting me seek instead of try. When we seek, that we usually, if we're seeking, we usually obtain it. You seek to walk, you do it. You seek to learn to drive a car, you do it. You seek to do something, you accomplish it. I learned that from martial arts. Instructor threw down a pencil, said, try and pick it up. And anybody that tried to pick it up, he'd beat the piss out of. And then we all looked at him and he says, I didn't say pick it up. I said try. When you try to do something, you're not giving it your all. And so when you're done, people can pat you on the back. Oh, that's okay. You tried your best. And you got an excuse. Either do or do not. And so it's like, because I had it in such a graphic lesson in martial arts, and Chinese instructors are very, they're not politically correct or gentle. But that's a lesson that the word try, I seek to drop from my nomenclature, because try gives you an out. But to seek to do it with a will, then you accomplish. But anyway, I'm at rest.
I love that point, you Annie, because that's what I was getting at with your whole heart. You put your all into it. And that ties into guard and protect the commandments. It's like, yes, this is my jam. Yeah, I like the point. Eric.
Yeah, clearly Yoda ruined the whole try thing. Try or try, do or whatever. I gotcha. I gotcha. Fine. I just wanted to answer. Amber had a question in the chat. Which version of the Bible I use? The my preferred translation is the New King James, and that's only because, and it's only because it's the one that is just plain and simple the easiest one for me to read. It's just the one that makes the most sense in my brain. And because it's the one I read the most, it's the one that I've made most of my connections with. And then I meet smart people like Yuani and Deneen and so on and so forth that have jumped into Hebrew and are doing Hebrew translations and so on and so forth. And I discovered that the connections that I'm making are actually there in the Hebrew. And so even with, every translation has its faults. Obviously, they're not, none of them are perfect because they're translations. But my overall recommendation for anybody is whichever one that you connect with the easiest. To me, that's the one that God is gonna connect the dots for you on. So I don't think there's any one translation that is universally better than another. They all have faults and so on and so forth. But I I I do strongly believe that whichever translation just intuitively makes the most sense. God, I don't know why you would do this to yourself, but if you grew up with the King James, as painful as that existence would be, if that's your connection and that's the one that you're used to hearing, and it just makes the most sense to you when you read it, then I would argue you should stay with the King James. As much as I like to joke about it. And so you're looking for the answer is I read the New King James primarily. I will look at other ones when other people bring up other stuff, but I think what every person, should be looking for is the one that you connect with, the one that just your brain connects with the most. And because to me, that will be God communicating with you on an individual level and making connections with you. So it's a translation. That's always my answer to the translation one. Whichever one makes the most sense to you, that's the one you should read.
Thank you. I was actually talking about the app. You said the Blue Bible app, and mine was red, and I was like, I totally do not have the option to search for stuff, and so
Oh
definitely
yeah.
put it in the
Sorry,
chat.
that's a different answer. Yep, the answer that was a Blue Letter Bible app is I find very useful. The other option, the two that I'm aware of, Blue Letter Bible app is the one that I started using first, and I've got such a large volume of notes and highlights, and that's so like when you see somebody with an old tattered Bible that's been super well worn, for me that's the Blue Letter Bible app. I've got volumes of data I've got inputted into that, so now I can't change. The other one is eSword. eSword also has an app that you can highlight things, you can make notes, you can connect verses, all that kind of stuff. Both of those are extremely powerful tools I have found. For me, again, Blue Letter Bible is just the one that I default to because it's the one I started with, and I've got all this stuff in now. But it's the thing where I can find the verse in Matthew 5 because I know yes, yes, no, no is in there. So I can just search yes, yes, no, no, search, and the verse I'm looking for will pop up, even if I don't have it exactly remembered. And so, tremendously powerful tool. And that's what I use.
Thank you. That's awesome that you can do notes too, because that was something that I had noticed with the red
Oh
one.
yeah, you can do notes.
Yeah,
Yep, you
that's
can do
huge.
notes, you can do highlights, you can do bookmarks, and
Wow.
because of that, you can organize. Because what I think one of the challenges is that he talks about everything throughout the entire text. So you can, that's why you can open up the book to any random page and find that God is talking about whatever's on your heart, is because it's all over everything, right? And it's all connected. But when you're trying to go, hey, I don't want to do a false doctrine just on one verse. I want the context of the entire paragraph. But I don't want just the context of the paragraph. I want the context of the entire chapter. Matter of fact, I want the context of the entire book. In fact, I want the context of the entire Bible. And if you let's say you wanted to dig into the topic of the Sabbath, and so you open up to page 1 and you go read from that all the way from Genesis to Revelation, just trying to focus on the Sabbath. There's just so much other stuff you're reading about that you'll forget what was going on in the Torah by the time you get to Revelation. And so with an app like the Blue Letter Bible app, you can now throw that into bookmarks. Every time you see it mention the Sabbath, you can throw it into a bookmark. And then that's what I do. I try to collect all of the verses on the topic of the Sabbath, and then I put them all into one place, and then I just read that to try to get the full context of what he has on whatever subject I'm trying to look at. So, and the either eSword or Blue Letter Bible app are just incredibly powerful for being able to do word searches and try to get the entire context on a given topic.
Thank you. I'm a huge context person, so I'm like beyond excited right now. So thank you very
Oh
much.
yeah. That changed my life when I started using Blue Letter Bible app and started doing that, because I'm the same exact way, and that is what jammed my foot on the accelerator, is when I started that. That is where I started making connections across the entirety of the text, is when I started pulling stuff out and putting it in one place.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go to you, Annie and Lance. I don't know which one was first.
I'm gonna derail it. So you want to use it the same topic?
Okay.
Well, no, I forgot to take my hand down, so it's all yours, Liz.
Oh, okay. Lance.
Perfect. Okay, and then so first we could do the Israel Canaan topic if we want to in a minute.
Before we do, I just have like 2 closing slides. I wanted to just bring it back around.
Okay, then I'll do the biblical thing.
Okay, do the biblical one. Okay.
In verse 5, but this is what you do to them: break down their slaughter places and smash their pillars and cut down their asherim and burn their carved images with fire. Well, that doesn't sound very Christian. Turn the other cheek, brother. Let's wear my pink polo. I need to get a pink polo. Like I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna like wear the glasses with the pink polo and be like, oh, just turn your cheek, brother. So the New Testament with love your neighbor and what everyone teaches with that does not actually fit with the first 80% of the Bible, like the women with the tent peg and the biblical womanhood and biblical manhood and Pinhas, where he kills 2 people with a stick, and God's like, bro, I'm gonna make a covenant with you. You're so great. And he's so pleased. Like, Jesus breaking things with a whip in the temple courtyard. I mean, biblical manhood and womanhood is different than turn the other cheek, brother. And that's what I just wanted to point out. I don't think anyone truly needs to hear that here, but it's worth bringing up. So that's
Love it. I loved how you explained that, Lance. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, well,
Good,
it doesn't
good.
say it here, but it goes even further than that. I mean, I forget which chapter and verse it is, but it says, "Don't let anything that breathes live." Right?
Yeah.
It's not just go kill all the men, women, and children. It's kill everything. Yeah, that doesn't really go with the Christian God is love thing, does it?
Yeah, and there's even that verse that's like, if someone's breaking my commandments, even from my slaughter place, even from my temple, you go get them, you take them. I could find that verse, but it's even from the temple, you're supposed to take them and go. It's like, wow, that's different. I like it.
So maybe there's something with our understanding, right? Maybe. Very good.
Exactly.
Love it. I just have a couple of closing slides here. I'm sure everybody wants to get to something to eat and whatever. But as we discussed the love story, so now he's like reminding them, just don't go take another wife. Don't cheat while you're waiting for your bridegroom to come back. Stay away from, and we know that this is like the paganism, right? This is my old slide of all the crazy mixing that we like to do, mixing clean and unclean. And, you know, to come full circle, remember the name of our Torah portion is Vaetchanan, which is, and I pleaded for mercy. It's talking also specifically about the wicked, you know, when you do something wicked. It reminds people that they're going to conquer the land. Don't intermarry. You're a chosen people. I need you to reflect my character, and that I've chosen you not just because you were the most, because you were the few. And there's a great analogy I heard about, you know, when you pull back a bow and arrow, the further you pull back that bow, the faster and longer that arrow will fly. And so sometimes, you know, God loves to take the underdog and make them great. He likes to go into the dark place and shine a light. You know, the best counselors for addiction are addicts themselves. The best detectives are previous thieves. You know, they know he can take something and he can take something evil or bad or what have you and turn it for good. So I like that. And then I just had this word, and maybe Lance, this will tie into yours and Patricia's conversation someday. I think Patricia's still here. But this word Jerusalem in Hebrew, you can see inheritance in that with the Yud, Resh, Shin. You can see it right in there. And then we know the last three letters of Jerusalem is shalom, or peace. So an inheritance of peace, which I think is pretty cool. And I know you're smiling, Lance, because you're thinking about that, you know, because we're talking about land versus people group. But I just wanted to leave that there as well. So great discussion today, you guys. Anybody else have anything they want to share? I'm opening up the floor. We can also say the Shema and close out the recording and start a new recording. We can do that as well.
One thing to point out about because you had the slide for food, Leviticus 11. I have a pretty good write-up that I made for my in-laws when they watch my daughter because they don't believe in the Bible. So if anyone in the recording or if anyone who listens to this in the future, if anyone wants it, just find a way to reach anybody and we'll get it to you. So it's a nice little write-up. That's it.
Like it. Okay, let's go to the blessing, and then we can make a new recording if you guys want to have more discussion, or we can stop. But let's close out the recording here. So here we go. V'yirakaka Yahovah v'yishmereka, Yahir Yahovah paneveleka v'yuneka, Yasa Yahovah paneveleka, v'sem laka shalom, may Yahovah, and I can't say that very good in Hebrew. I'll try. V'shamu et shemi el b'nai Yisrael, v'ani ahir kim. May Yahovah bless and keep you. May Yahovah make his face shine upon you. May Yahovah lift up his face on you and give you peace, shalom. So my name will be put on the sons of Israel, and I myself will bless them. Thanks, everybody.